because Gary is probably sleeping, um, nestled up in his coop after his long drive back from SHOT Show. But happy to see everybody that's here, whoever's out there. I sent out some links, so Kingpin, DJ, I sent you guys a link. Anybody else wants a link? Let's get that going. You can use that email to ask me for a link or send in if you got Gorn or Knife Gorn or anything like that. You can send it into that email. We'll take a gander at it. But how you doing today, Baron?
Pretty good. Been working on some guns and looking into how screwed we are if some of these bills pass.
Yeah,
it's a bad day when I'm looking at bullet buttons.
Oh, yeah, the slate of egregious gun laws that are working their way through the Washington State.
Yeah, the Senate committee right now. But we did a pretty good show on that. If people want to go check it out later, it's worth a watch.
Yeah, the guest we had on, Sharon Hinchcliffe, is a really neat lady. She's very active in 2A in Washington State. Just a great lady. Well, this morning so far, we've had out there Ozzy Osbourne. I said it. God darn it. Ozzy Osbourne. I know it's Osbourne. I should say it's Osbourne. Good morning, Ozzy. Kingpin, DJ Play Nice. Tactical Fudd, I saw him out there. Good morning, Buck. Jacob, good morning. 2A we stand. Good to see you. Sergeant Joe Smith, hello. And I think that was everybody so far. So we'll see how many people show up. I kind of forgot to schedule the chat until about an hour ago. So, but if you've never seen this one before, I'm kind of filling in for Gizzard Gary, who usually occupies this time slot. And it's just kind of an open forum. Whatever anybody wants to talk about, we can talk about within reason. New York Outcast. Hey, Rob, I sent you a link too. So if you want to jump in. But so if there's anything anybody out there wants to talk about, we can talk about it. It's just a time to hang out, have fun, commune with each other.
Oh, and by the way, my mic stand is completely crumbling before me. So if I have weird audio, like a few of these, that's what's going on. Because it's literally hanging about an inch off my desk. And I'm holding the microphone up. So it's going to be interesting.
You'll soldier through. Caucasian Sasquatch, good morning. I sent you a link too. If you want to jump in, you can jump in. Chris from 740, good morning. So what's new with everybody out there? What do you guys got going on for today? I'm going to take a guy to the range later, so I'll probably cut out about 10 o'clock, and Baron can handle the last hour or so. Guy that I took him shooting for his first time, and then So we finally are kind of getting some decent weather when he's got a day off, and we'll take him out and shoot some bigger bore stuff. Take the 30-06 out and shotgun, 44 mag. Let him kind of experience something bigger, have some fun. Keith Gregory, good morning.
Have you shown off your 44 yet?
I have sort of, like on Gary's Friday show, his I can't think of the name of his chat, but he does scoring on Fridays, so send it in there. I've got it on my Instagram and Discord. A couple of the Discords posted it. It's a 7-inch Super Blackhawk. It's fun. It's I'm real curious. It's kind of the standard grip, so I'm real curious on how the Bisley grip feels.
Yeah, I've never tried one, but supposedly they're a lot more comfortable.
I can see that.
They don't look like it, in my opinion, but I don't know.
Because one of the things I noticed is the trigger guard is kind of flat, and it rubs on your.
It has a square trigger guard at the rear.
Yeah, and it rubs on your finger. But it's still fun. Big boom, big fun.
Have you thought about doing the free spin modification to the cylinder?
No.
So you can go either way?
For right now, I'm happy with going just one way. I'm not ready to go both ways. I would love, if I had the money, I was watching a Brownell video when they were talking about single actions and customizing, and they had a shop that does customizations. And looking at all the stuff, if I had the money, it would, I would love to change the frame out, engraving and all that stuff. But it's not as expensive as you might think, but it's still kind of spendy.
Yeah, that's a good video. I saw that. I was tempted to do a brass grip myself on my Vaquero.
Yeah, and they can do mine is stainless, and they can do kind of I would say it's probably faux case hardening, but for stainless, it still looks nice.
I wonder how they do that.
I don't remember if he talked about what the process was. Fiend Dog 27, good morning. It'd be a lot cooler if some of you that are out there would come on in here. Just saying.
There is one thing you miss out on. When you do that, when you go through the cylinder, it makes no noise.
Yeah, that is kind of iconic. Click, 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 click.
Yep. It just clicks when you close the loading gate.
But yeah, I've only shot 13 rounds through it because I only had one box of 50 rounds because it's very expensive right now.
Oh, yeah.
I think with shipping for 50 rounds, I paid $67 just so I could have some so I could shoot it.
Speaking of Ruger, what do you think about their new Marlin rifles they're putting out, the lever actions? They're getting into stores right now.
I heard about it. I haven't looked into it.
The
Curious
one
on. Oh, go ahead.
the one review I saw, the fit and finish was immaculate.
Ooh,
Looks better than Henry.
does that mean they're expensive?
Yeah.
No.
But the only one they have out right now is their 4570 stainless. So that was always expensive.
Yeah, I don't have a lever gun. Still would like one. I want one in 357 to go with my Taurus 357. So I've got a revolver and a lever action in the same caliber.
I usually would recommend one of the Rossies if you
I
can get
don't like.
over the
I
looks.
don't. Yeah, so I was gonna say I don't like the looks of the Rossies. And Kingpin saying, does the price of ammo really matter when you buy once in a while range gun? Not as much, but um, I would like to have more so that I could go shoot it whenever I want and not worry as much as I have to right now about, once I shoot up what I've got, I don't have any more. Because like the 30-06, I've got, I only have maybe 200 rounds or so, but I don't hunt with it. And it's just, for me, it's just kind of for planking, um, loud planking. But
Yeah, that's a big blinker.
so the cost of it, they're down. Fine. Was finally able to find some for under $2 a round, and was slowly kind of bought a box now and again and got enough for okay. Thank you, DJ.
The bots are back.
Yeah, there's just crazy bad. Yesterday's pomade is out there.
Yeah, luckily I was able to find 30-06 through the CMP for pretty cheap. It was like $1 a round.
Yeah,
for match grade stuff.
I kind of wish I had joined when you first were saying join.
Yeah, I was talking about that in 2020?
Yeah.
And then they're basically dried up by now. They got one type of rifle left, and they're out of a lot of ammo. But it's still worth joining because once you're a member, you can buy anytime it comes back in stock.
Yep, and for most states, they can ship it to your house.
Yeah, right to your door.
There's at least one, I think, that still has to go through an FFL.
Washington. But you can get by that with a CNR license.
Yeah.
Even in California, if you have a CNR license, they can ship ammo right to your house. I think there's a little bit of another step, but yeah.
Yeah, because the CNR is basically a light form of FFL.
Yeah, it is.
You
You
can't do
have
anything for anybody else. It's
no.
just good
Yeah.
for you.
And you get dealer discounts with it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And as far as people worrying about like giving the ATF permission to come in your house, that's not what the CNR license does. They have permission to look at your firearm logbook. And if they want to see one of the guns in the book, they have permission to ask for it, but they can't search your house unless they have a warrant.
Yeah, Chris from the 740 saying the MSRP on the new Marlin,
Yeah,
4570 is $13.99. So depending on demand, it'll come in. You should see a little bit cheaper than that at the shop. Unless everybody wants them, then yeah, they're going to be $13.99.
they're on Gunbroker for like over $2,000 right now.
Yeah, I've never dealt with gun brokers. Just I don't know. I've heard bad stories, heard good stories, but I just never wanted to mess with it.
Yeah, it's hit or miss. I think I've bought 3 guns off Gun Broker, but they were all CNR guns. So that's a smaller market. I'm not competing with as many bidders as regular guns.
Yeah, I don't collect guns. Everything I have has a purpose. You know, some of those purposes are a little bit contrived, but it's a purpose. Part of that is just a constraint I put on myself so I don't go wild spending on guns. You know, because you need to be somewhat responsible. You know, when you've got a family, kids.
You're not supposed to zero out your bank account every month?
No,
Okay.
I mean you can. It's America. Do what you want. I just, you know, would like to have a little bit of insurance if there's ever problems. You know, I've got stuff set away, and or when it comes time to retire, I don't have to work if I don't want to work.
Yeah, I got 45 ACP, 30-06, 5.56 through the CMP. I'm pretty sure they still have a bunch of 40. So if you ever need some 40, they got it. They got 308. They got a bunch of 22, but yeah, it's worth checking out.
Yeah, yesterday on G23's chat, they were talking about the 8 point, what was it, 8.6? God, what the hell was that?
I got no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it was before you showed up out in the chat. A new caliber. It's like, well, crap. I brought it up. Now I can't remember what it is. But it was like 8.6 Creedmoor.
That's odd.
And
You're going bigger.
yeah, it's 8.6 Blackout. That's what it was. Thank you.
Oh, that makes sense.
But it's supposed to reach out to like 400 yards with a short barrel, like a 12-inch barrel or something. But it's a 300 grain bullet. It seems crazy heavy. Because like my Grendel is 123, 308 is, you know, right around there too, 150 maybe. It's a heavy round.
Yeah, the biggest rounds I have for 30-06 are 220s. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't remember what mine are. I'd have to, I have to dig in the safe and look. But good morning, Vanessa Kitty. She's out there. But I don't know. Just seems way heavy. I mean, just crazy heavy.
Well, since it's a blackout, I'm assuming they're trying to be subsonic, right?
I guess so. Yeah. Squatch is saying he became a YouTuber in hopes of securing a Herrera AK-50. I wouldn't hold your breath.
Yeah, how long has he been working on that thing?
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, don't know if how much he's been working on that thing.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I've never designed a gun from scratch, but if I was going to do it for a business, you'd think you'd want to get it done faster, but he seems more worried about posting meme reaction videos.
Defense Dad, good morning. I don't know. It's, it's like everything else, like the Yeet cannon. It's supposed to maybe be coming out again, but is there enough interest left? If they had, if they had come out with it, the year that they announced it, would have probably doubled their profits. Everybody wanted one, but now you're 2 years later, and you know the only people I've heard talk about it lately is because they were talking about it at SHOT Show, but even then there wasn't a lot other than people saying yeah it was there and they're supposed to come out, and that's it. That excitement isn't there anymore. At least it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, what was the new feature set that made it so special over the regular?
I don't remember, honestly. Had a trendy name. That was like half of it. Caucasian Sasquatch is saying the AK-50 is a supreme anti-material gun. A man portable wrecking ball.
I think I'd rather have a Barrett, but that's just me. You got any urge to own a 50 BMG rifle?
Not really, honestly. There was a local shop that had two of them a couple years ago. I haven't been there since then, so I don't know if they still have them or not.
I almost bought one. It was going to be the type that is the upper for an AR-15 lower, but then the ATF reclassified that as its whole own gun.
ATF found it was too fun, so they had to cancel it.
Yeah, they want you to have 2 background checks to use it.
I still want to build a 450 Bushmaster. I wanted to do that for a while, and I, built some other rifles, but I should have built the Bushmaster. Ozzy's asking,
Oop.
Sorry.
We both clicked on it.
What do you think of the new 30 Super Carry? I'm not interested in it. It's I understand where the niche that they're trying to fill. I don't know if it's a niche that needs to be filled. And this is, just for me, my opinion. It's another round that right now it's a boutique round. We'll see if it picks up. From what I've heard, it's softer shooting than a 9, and you get more rounds than a 9. And right now, I think Smith and Wesson, the only ones that are supposed to come out with two handguns for it.
Yeah, there was another company, but I forgot who.
We'll see if it takes off. Personally, I'm just not, I'm happy with a 380 or a 9. I'll carry both of them.
I am excited if they design new guns around it, because you could have the same amount of rounds in a slimmer grip.
So why don't we ask everybody watching what they think? So, will the 30 super carry be a viable round? It'll pop up here in a second.
Define viable. Like, will people adopt it, or is it worth adopting? Because those are two different things.
Yeah, you're gonna make this difficult, aren't you?
Like 10 millimeter, that's a great round, but not many people carry it.
We'll say player's choice on how they want to decipher that, because I can't change it. I would lean more towards, is it going to be picked up and
Is it going to be
utilized
around in
by
10
people?
years?
Yeah. SS Pawn is out there. Good morning, Stan.
I am fully in support of replacing the 9 millimeter by 19 because it's been around since 1800s. We need some new ammo.
Ozzy's saying he hopes it'll fill a need for females and elderly. So, somebody that maybe the 9 millimeter is a little too much recoil for them.
Supposedly, it actually recoils exactly the same.
Oh,
because it's like 51,000 psi chamber pressure. It's a super high pressure round.
And the Rob is saying that the market will be smaller than 380, and obviously the 9 millimeter. Yeah, that was probably used for competitions. That's what I heard somebody talking about that does competitions, and I can't remember who it was, but they were saying that's where why they were kind of interested in it, was for competition shooting. But also the the gun you're using can have a lot of impact on what your recoil feels like. I shot a car, and I don't remember what model it was, but it was a compact and 9 millimeter, and it was really soft shooting. I was really surprised. Squatch is saying no need for new rounds.
I would disagree.
I think it's good to try new stuff, to try and innovate, because it can lead to something else down the road. Now is a tough time to try and come out with a new round.
Yeah.
When it's hard to get the popular rounds that are out there now. But, I think I've said before, they may not have really had a choice. They're been working on this for however long, and we're getting ready to roll it out. And then, all this stuff happens. And, it's not the optimal time, but, they just may not have really had a chance.
For example, let's say they took this same type of innovation and applied it to 9 millimeter, came out with a new 9 millimeter round, kind of like 460 Roland and 45 ACP. We get a lot more performance out of a 9 millimeter handgun. So if they can get chamber pressures up and come out with new guns that can handle it, I'm for it.
And I'm not sure why Rob is saying I shot his Honda. Is he morning drinking? Is Rob drunk? So is it
Maybe
carryover
he's
from last
yeah.
night? Hasn't stopped yet. Morning mimosas, maybe?
Waking up drunk is pretty fun.
No, no, it's not.
It's better than waking up hungover.
Well, once I learned how to drink, I didn't wake up hungover anymore. Well, Rob, if you want to talk about it, you should have a link. Come on in.
I was watching some SHOT Show coverage. Did you see was it Diamondbacks coming out with a double action 22 that looks like a Ruger Wrangler Colt single action style gun?
I didn't. I know there's one that came out. CloverTac had one. That might be the same one. Maybe they sent him one early. I didn't see his review on it though.
Yeah, it's got a swing out cylinder and it holds 9 rounds of 22 and it comes with a 22 mag cylinder you can put in. I think it was like 300 and something MSRP. Looks pretty cool. It reminds me of the old High Standard. Forgot what that was called, but High Standard used to have one that was basically the same.
Yeah, having the double action on the single action frame, it's kind of nice. Like on that on the Super Blackhawk, I would not want it to be anything other than single action because I realized I shoot it and you're squeezing just to hold on to it. So you're squeezing the frame, squeezing the handle, still squeezing the trigger. Because it's like you see videos of people that'll double tap on 500 Smith and Wesson. There's been a couple of people that have died from that, where the recoil will come back and they end up shooting themselves. Good morning, Black Cat.
Yeah, have you seen that video of the instructor at the range teaching people how to safely shoot a firearm, and he pops off that 44 mag and just about hits himself in the forehead with it because he didn't know it was loaded?
Yeah, if that's the one I think I saw, he keeps going,
Yeah.
which is probably the best thing to do. It's just
ignore the hole in the roof.
Oh yeah, Defense Dad says we're going to iron out the details tomorrow for our YouTube Range Day in June, tomorrow night, and get invites out. Spread the word if you don't mind. Make a video, and then people can share that video announcing it.
Or just clip this part out of our video and steal it.
That's fine, but get a video out, and then everybody can share videos on their community tabs and stuff. Buck's asking, does anybody know the going price for small rifle primers?
Too damn high.
I don't know if I've seen any. So.
Don't check Gunbroker. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I've got some small pistol primers. Thanks to G23 when he came down, or I guess for him, came up this way. He brought me some Magnum small pistol primers. It's really nice of him. Chris from the 740 saying 70 to 110 right now in Ohio.
Oh, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a holster for your 44 mag yet?
It came with one.
Oh, it did.
Yeah. I posted a picture of it, that leather holster from Yardbirds.
You'll have to forgive me. I have brain damage. Yeah, and it was cool because I used to live by where that store is, and that's probably from, I'm guessing, from the late '80s, early '90s. Yeah, I'll show you, but it's over there. I have to go over there, and then probably get a channel strike for showing stuff. Yeah, I wonder about that. So I've been seeing a lot of people showing guns on live streams, and they've been getting away with it, but doesn't mean they aren't violating the terms and conditions. Just means they're not getting caught.
I think when they rolled out the algorithm that looked for the guns, I think this is what they do normally. When they roll out a new algorithm, it's super strict and starts hitting everybody for stupid stuff. And then as it goes along, I don't know if it learns or they tune it to where it's not as strict, and that might be what's going on. Where
I have another theory. This person's AR-15 was so ugly, the algorithm didn't even realize it was a gun.
That could be. Well, I appreciate it, Rob. He was saying that he shared that link to the video with Hinchcliffe. Yeah, when they first rolled that out on Hondas, he thought he was being slick by holding up a black powder gun, saying, "Oh, it's not. It's technically it's not a gun." Well, the algorithm looking for that shape doesn't know, so it kept shutting him down.
Yeah, I'm imagining the scene from RoboCop where Honda's holding a black powder gun and Ed 209 saying, "Drop the gun." He's like, "It's not a gun," and then he gets blown away.
All right, Ozzy, I'll go grab it. Hang on, I'll be right back. But that's the holster.
Looks like just the tip sticking out.
Yeah, just the tip. Yeah, and I heard somebody say, "Oh, saying, oh, the trigger, you can get the trigger. It's single action. It doesn't matter if you can get to the trigger."
And the hammer strapped down if it was double action.
But
not everything's a Glock, people.
So far, it's been a fun gun. All right, let's see if we can do this. Ooh. Ooh. If I don't show too much at a time. I like it. When I saw it in the case, it's like, oh, yeah. I had to go home and clean myself up, and then went back and bought it. But
Or you do like Yankee and just have such low resolution, it doesn't even know that there's anything on the other side of the camera.
well, this was going to be a lever gun, and I saw this in the case and bought this instead. Yeah, the range officer, she's like, "Yeah, you woke me up this morning." So we'll go back to our poll. And that poll is, wait for it to pop up here.
Yeah, it's amazing how much louder guns are in an indoor range.
Well, with the long barrel, it pushes the sound away from me. It wasn't hardly anything for me. I guess it was pretty good for everybody else. So we had 16 votes. Will the 30 Super Carry be a viable round? 75% said no.
Ouch.
25% said yes.
More guns for me.
And I don't have a problem with it existing. I just don't know if I see the need for it, but it's always good to try something new.
You know, it'd be cool if they remade 38 Super as a high pressure round for 1911s.
Maybe.
Theoretically, there'd be a worldwide market for that.
Yeah. I don't know. Paul Harrell likes 38 Super.
It is better than 9mm in a 1911 because, contrary to what people may believe, in 1911 they all have the exact same frame size. The only thing that's different is the magazine. They have like a spacer for a 9mm, so it's not sloppy in the magazine. But so there's no reason not to have a round that's the length of the mag well, if that makes sense. So doesn't matter if you buy a 45 ACP, a 10mm, 9mm, 22, they're all going to have the same frame.
Yeah, and I got emails from Ozzy and Fiend Dog, and we'll show those in a little bit, guys. Oh, G23 is coming in to lay the wood.
Are there any M&P fans in the chat?
Rob. That's what he carries.
Oh.
And Ozzy's saying the viability of 30 Super Carry really depends on gun manufacturers. And yeah, I'm going to agree with you there. If nobody makes a gun for it, it's probably not going to take off. Oop, beep, beep, oop. There we go. Jacob's got a grumbly in his tumbly. Black Cat saying if you want an even higher pressure 38 Super, see 9x25 Dillon. 357 Magnum equivalent and a rimless case.
So I'm assuming it would be 6mm longer than a 9x19. So I'm assuming that would fit in a 1911 frame.
How you doing this morning, G23?
Morning. Just waking up.
Ah. Do you have to work today?
No, I get Friday, Saturday, Sundays off normally,
Oh,
but
okay.
I haven't been to work since like last year.
Black Cat saying, yep, 25 millimeter case.
What do you think of bottleneck rounds? Like 357 SIG.
I've never shot one. I don't think I've shot any bottleneck handgun round. So I don't really have an opinion on them. Black Cat saying it was designed for IPSC major class. Chris from the 740 says he loves his M&P 45. He's getting ready to send it out to be milled for Red Dot.
The only thing M&Ps are good for is paperweights and holding up your bookcases.
I've only shot one, but I was not a fan of the trigger. But not a fan of Glock triggers either.
I don't know. I don't care that much about the trigger. I think I'm not a good enough shooter where I care. I can, when you shoot a gun that has a great trigger, you realize it's a great trigger. If I shoot one with a bad trigger, it seems bad, but I don't immediately want to put the gun down and walk away.
For example, I'd rather have a M9 from Beretta. What do you think about double action, single actions?
That's all I carry. I've only got one striker. That's the G20. Everything else is double action, single action, or I've got the one single action. I think that's all I got. Although if the gun shop that I go to, if they had layaway, I would have bought a car 40, which it's the only gun I've ever picked up and it felt perfect in my hand. It's a stainless one. Ooh, it was nice.
I need to get my hands on one of those. I just found out about a new type of gun I didn't even know existed. It's a double single action striker fire gun. Walther P99, I think.
I had heard about it and, didn't look into it at all.
Supposedly it's the gun the Canic is a clone of. I don't remember which Canic.
MKJO is out there, and so is Mike White. Morning, guys.
Four hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah, I bailed after like 3.5 hours. Went, ate something, took a nap.
Yep. It's been a while since I did a long live stream.
Yeah, I remember a year ago where you're like, oh, I got to get these chats are going too long. I got to keep them 3 hours.
Yeah, like the last three, not counting last night's, were like 2.5 hours. And then I don't know, we were just having a good conversation yesterday, and it just went like 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it's really hard to cut off the chat when everything's going good, and you know you
That's
don't
the
want
best time.
You don't want to stop, but you've been going a long time.
We should just end the chat right now.
See ya.
51 minutes in. Yep.
But that's sometimes that's I'll just cut it off, get it over with. When it seems like an abrupt end, it's just maybe don't want to end, but I feel it should end. So you just cut it off. Black Cat saying the original P99 clone almost mechanic was the P99 clone almost exactly, including the decocker. The P99 is actually a pretty sweet shooting gun.
Yeah. Thanks for confirming that. Yeah, I was watching a video by God, who was that? I don't know. If I remember, I'll put it in the comments. But looked pretty cool.
Rob D is still complaining about Glocks. I know Rob D I believe he has owned a Glock before, and I think deep down inside he misses it, because he complains an awful lot about Glocks, and thou dost complain too much, as they say. Forbidden love for him.
He secretly owns like probably 3 Glocks, and he just doesn't want anyone to know. And so he has that identity crisis going on where he wants to truly let people know that he has Glocks, but he can't because he's taking that hard stance against it. So he has to try to ride the wave.
He needs to keep that facade because that's who he's built up, who he is. And if that crumbles, everything crumbles for him. If you want to disagree with that, Rob, come in and defend yourself.
My opinion of Glocks is the best Glock is not made by Glock.
I like the Glocks. They're not heirloom guns, but the ones they've shot well for me. I know a lot of people don't like the grip angle, and they have trouble with that. I think I am that good mixture of mediocre shooter where I can kind of shoot anything just as badly as anything else.
I don't like their proprietary rail system.
Yeah.
I don't know why they do that. Like, has any other gun used that system besides Glock? They're not licensing it out, are they?
I don't know.
I don't see the point to it.
To be different, to be an only child.
I guess.
So H23, what do you have to say? Hey, you have to everybody, you have to forgive my voice. I'm a little bit hoarse today, so I don't know how loud I am.
So what's the best frame size for a Glock?
I guess that all depends upon what you want to do with it and what your hand size is.
So I'm putting out another poll question. Do you like Glocks?
For example, how big would your hand have to be to not be able to use a G19 and you need a G17?
Okay, so I have the 23, which pretty much, same as the 19 frame, and probably a quarter of my pinky hangs off, quarter to half of a pinky hangs off the bottom of the frame.
But isn't it caught by the mag plate?
Yeah, for the most part.
And if you ever
Sometimes.
want more rounds, you just put in a bigger mag. But with
Yep.
you get a G17, you can't ever make it smaller.
Exactly. Like the 27, I think that's just way too small
Oh yeah.
because I can only get like 2.5 fingers on that entire. That's including the mag. I can get like 2.5 fingers on there. I have no clue what to do with my pinky.
I was gonna say something, but it's Sunday morning, and Gary
Keeping it
time.
PG-13.
So, yeah, I've only shot G48, which I liked. That was the first Glock I ever shot. G20, which I love. I love my G20. It's not the greatest gun ever made, but it does what I want it to do. And was it 17? I can never keep straight what's what on clocks. And one other one, which I was like all the other Glocks. I liked it. Defense says, Dad says G23 has baby hands.
Nope, because even in the famous saying, you still need 3 fingers. Oh, that's all I'm saying. That was in reply to Fence Dad's comment.
Did they ever end up making a G19 frame with a G17 slide? They did the opposite, didn't they?
And the bots are out there in the chat. I don't remember which way they did it. I'm not that, uber Glock guy.
Wasn't it the 19X and had like a G17 frame with a G19 slide? And everyone was
I think
saying you did it ass backwards. I could be wrong.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I couldn't say for sure.
the 45 is what Fiend Dog Glock 45 19 slide 17 frame.
Yeah, where it's a short slide, long grip, so it'd be harder to conceal.
Yeah.
I see Mr. Wielden Well Armed is out in the crowd. Haven't had him on a live stream in a while.
And TJ I know it's persnickety, not persnickety, persnickety.
Don't worry, he answers to either. Just don't call him late to dinner or try hiding his beer.
Thank you, DJ. Just working on getting a couple pictures up here. There, it's the other one. There we go. So we'll go ahead and end the Glock poll.
That's not absolutely true there, Rob. We talk way too much crap about Smith & Wesson, especially that M&P.
So the do you like Glocks question, 62% said no. 37% said yes. That's out of 16 votes.
You know what that means. Glock needs to come out with something in 30 super carry.
Well, does Glock need to come out with something that isn't a Glock, or will that ruin what Glock is as a company? Should they stick to what they're doing, or try and add to and change what they're doing?
I think they could stop making 75% of the guns they make, and it wouldn't affect anyone.
I think so too.
I think, honestly, Glock needs to come out with a PCC, and they need to come out with a revolver.
Welcome to Morning Clock Talk.
Will it be a striker-fired revolver?
Wielden a Well Arm says he has a P80 with a G19 grip and a G17 slide.
That is the correct way to own a Glock. I have a G19 basically as an accessory to my AR9 that takes Glock mags. Usually people do it the other way around. Have you seen that meltdown video by IV88?
No, I don't think I've watched any of his meltdown videos.
I almost forgot those last two 88s. Those are important. I don't want to give anyone the wrong idea. But yeah, they put like 6,000 rounds through a AR9, and the only thing that failed was the hammer pin, because there's basically nothing to break.
Yeah, I did. Had somebody, well, I had a few people comment on my P30 video where I was saying Heckler and Koch wrong, because I was saying Heckler and Koch, because that's, that's the way I had always heard it. And first couple ones, I laughed, and basically first guy I just said, well, we won the war, so we pronounce it however we want to. And then after got a couple more, and I made a response video to him where I said it correctly. Videos up on my channel where my son helps me learn to pronounce Heckler and Koch. As he says, he has 3 M&Ps and he's interested in the Shield Plus.
Yeah, is there any reason to buy a Shield over a Shield Plus?
Price?
Well, what other guns can we talk about?
Well, there's lots of them.
What's the chat one I hear?
Well, why don't I, while we're talking here,
So that's one of my go-to responses is we won the war, so we can pronounce anything the way we want. I don't care.
it's a picture Fiend Dog sent in. I only got one of the pictures. The other one didn't come through for some reason. His Taurus 856 he just got on an R&L display. Oh, pretty nice. And we had Ozzy sent in a picture of his latest holster that he made. Pretty snazzy looking holsters. Got the blue eye and the concho. It looks like
Except
blue
for
stitching.
Kimber Micro 9? Was that for a full size, or not a full size, but a 1911?
Yeah, Micro 9. Kimber 9, Micro 9. So that should go very nicely with the gun it was made for.
Somebody should really take one of the R&L display pistol stands and put a G20 on there, and then like put Rob D's logo right next to it saying approved.
DJ dropped a link for R&L displays. And since we're talking about Rob and R&L displays, we'll go ahead and drop this for him.
Very cool. I do have a request, though.
Yes, sir.
Can he make one that will work once we have fixed magazine AR-15s in Washington? Because I won't be able to use that.
Well, we'll wait and see what happens first. But one thing I'll say is some people have commented about the rifles not sitting level. I don't like them sitting level. I don't like the look of them when they're sitting level. I like with the angle, so it looks like I could walk over there, and that's the angle I want it to pick it up and go use it. I prefer that candid look. It's not so much the display, just the way I want them displayed.
Probably makes them more stable also.
Mm,
Because if you have it level,
not
and
really.
you don't, depending on the barrel size, where's it going to balance?
Well,
But if you
yeah,
always have it leaning forward, it'll always be front heavy.
I've had it level and then have it, usually have them candid like that when I put them in. There's not a real difference. And wheeled and well armed, the Untactical Foss one that's scrolling at the bottom of the screen, if you can see it, untacticalfoss@gmail.com. If you want to send something in, that's the one to send it into. Yeah, and then there's like the magazine release or how it sits on the bolt can affect it, but just to explain why mine are all canted, it's because I want them that way.
So you can adjust it yourself, whichever way you want.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, they're designed to set flat, but it's pretty easy if you want them tipped forward to get them to sit like that. And those are all those are the displays I have that are, they're back over there.
It looks like it's made out of way better metal than my mic stand.
I don't get any compensation. He did send me one, but that was after I had already bought one to review. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, that I gotta grab it. I've got the black one and the gunstock one, which I love the color of the gunstock one. I'm really glad he made this color. I think it's beautiful.
I went to order the gunstock one for the Glock mags, and which he offers, but it was out, so I ended up just having to settle for the black. And then, like a couple hours after I ordered the black one, he went and replaced the gunstock one.
So Jacob's S is going to go to the range. Looks like it'll be a little chilly, but no wind. Yeah, Rob is saying he did that just to screw with you.
I know this.
Yeah.
Exactly why I stated it.
I'm at 23 degrees and I have a dense fog advisory. So today would be the worst day to go to the range possible. Not going to be able to see your target.
Just keep shooting. You're bound to hit it.
There's someone down there changing their target.
Got it.
I wouldn't want to walk down range right now.
Well, you don't have to go to the range. There's other places like mountains that make it a lot more fun.
That's true.
Kingpin saying he heard R&L Displays had a massive walkout because the bad boss.
I could be wrong though. I don't think I've said where I live on a live show yet. Have I slipped up yet?
I don't think so.
No, I'm just saying there's mountains everywhere.
Yeah.
Unless you live in one of like a big city, then of course you're gonna have to drive a little ways to get to a mountain. But you know, big cities are probably the only place where you can't. Or I guess if you live on the East Coast, because they just have molehills.
Burnaby Sanchez, good morning. Glad you got it. Safe and sound. I think it was Burnaby that won the patch last week, didn't he?
I do not remember who won what.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. He won something. He's a winner. DJ Play Nice is saying no mountains in Nebraska. Kingpin saying none in Florida either. There's lots of states where they talk about their mountains, and they're not mountains. I think it's PNW Woods who's put it pretty well. If you don't have snow year round, it's not a mountain.
Yeah, when I was in South Carolina, a couple of the guys over there, oh yeah, we're gonna go to the mountains. I'm like, where do you got mountains? And they started, talking about. I'm like, dude, those are molehills. Our passes back in Washington State are taller than your damn mountains.
Well, it's even around Spokane. It's with a friend, and he's like, yeah, we're going to go up to whatever mountain. And, we're driving a while, and I'm like, well, when are we going to get to the mountain? And he goes, we're here. We had just kind of gone up a hill. Jacob, should be at the bottom of the screen. There's this ticker that's scrolling. untacticalfoss@gmail.com.
And morning, Burnaby Sanchez.
Mike White. Did I say hi to Mike White? If I didn't, then hello. He was saying it's 61 and bright in Compton.
Compton's the full-on range. You don't have to worry about going anywhere.
Chris from the 740 just ordered a stand. And Rob was saying people don't ship out things like he does for sure. That's true, Chris. He's very prompt with his shipping. G Webs is out there. Good morning. Fiend Dog's going to try and get out to the range later. Well, G-Web's saying I didn't know anyone was live. We're live, but just barely. Hanging on.
Yeah. I'm drawing a blank. I got nothing.
Oh, yeah. And G-Webs, I sent that mug out that you won. I waited to try and have it get there when you got back from SHOT Show. But it should be there.
Have you guys looked into this next generation squad weapon program the military's doing?
I heard about it, but haven't really looked into it. There's been, I'm just kind of waiting wait to hear, waiting for more news, because there's been a couple times where there's supposed to be a rifle that's going to be the new replacement, and we still have M4s.
Yeah. Reminds me of the Super 30 Super Carry. They're trying to do a rifle round that's super, super high pressure, so you can have a shorter barrel but get the same velocity as a normal length barrel. But I would assume that would make it a barrel burner. I don't know how they're going to deal with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's another question.
Is that
How are they gonna,
something? Oh, go ahead.
How are they going to deal with 30 Super Carry? If it's doing like 51,000 PSI? How many rounds before you ruin your barrel?
Well, if you're carrying it for self-defense, I think most people really isn't going to be that big a deal, because you're not going to shoot it enough. If you're shooting at competition, yeah, that's going to be a thing. Just practicing with it, you're going to burn your barrel out. But most people don't go to the range, so.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not the PSI that does it. It's only velocity, and if it doesn't get up to a certain amount of velocity, it won't matter. I don't know.
I've always heard velocity, but I don't know. I'm not a gunsmith.
Well, chamber pressure definitely has wear and tear on your barrel.
Later, DJ.
But if they manage to pull this off, it'd basically kill bullpups, because there'll be no reason for them.
I don't know. I understand the purpose of a bullpup and the reasoning behind the bullpup. I don't know if it really matters that much. Is it enough of a difference to make a difference?
Yeah. You gain a shorter overall rifle, but it's worse in every other way. I don't know if that's a trade. I'm not trading that.
I don't know. I like that bullpup shotgun. And
bullpup shotgun.
And bullpup rifles. I could see their purpose in them. The only thing is if you have a catastrophic failure, you're not going to put a thumb in it. I'm just saying.
Put a hand in it. Cover your face.
Right now, what militaries use a bullpup? The French? Do they still use it? The British?
They're using the 416, aren't they?
I don't know. I haven't kept up with military stuff since I was a kid. Maybe the Cape Blanc are still using it.
Czech Republic is. I don't know. They're heavier. It's harder to clear a malfunction. Most of them are not ambidextrous. They cost a heck of a lot more. What else? Bad ergonomics.
Jacob's enjoying his wood stove this morning, keeping warm.
They also appear to be pretty bad when it comes to mud sand test compared to the AR-15. But I mean, that's what you compare everything to these days. It's the gold standard.
Or the AK.
We could start that debate.
I can tell you that the AK can be frozen harder than the AR in still function.
Are you talking about the Grand Thumb test? Hey, Foster,
There's there's a channel out of Germany where they freeze a bunch of different guns and then try getting them to fire. And yeah, they got the AK to fire at a lower temperature than the AR.
Still muted.
There we go. All right. Professional. Put another poll out there. Do you want a bullpup rifle? Yes or no?
You just got to
I
be careful
don't.
because as soon as you make a bullpup rifle, Smith & Wesson is going to steal the exact same copy and then screw it up.
And charge a lot of money for it.
So I can't speak for the test you're talking about, but as for the one Grantham did, did you see that?
I didn't. I think I heard about it. I probably heard from you, but
Well, it was like 6 degrees outside when we were having that crazy weather in Washington, and he was pouring liquid water right onto the guns. And then he left them to freeze for a few hours, and they tried to shoot him. I don't know what scenario that would happen. Like if it's 6 degrees outside and someone's pouring water on you, you'd probably want to dry off or you'd be dead in those 3 hours. And you're going to know that your gun's screwed too, so you need to clean that. I don't know. I just didn't like the test. Because if that happened to you, like, oh, I fell in a river and my gun froze, you'd be dead too. So it wouldn't really matter if your gun couldn't work. If that makes sense.
So I haven't seen that one, but I've seen another one where, oh crap, what was the channel? He took and put an AR in one cooler and an AK in another cooler with liquid night or with like dry ice, and left him in there for like I think 24 hours. They were like frozen solid, and he was able to then get the AK to fire before he could get the AR to cycle and everything.
This was TFB TV. Well, I still stand by my statement. Mud or sand is a lot more likely than a situation where you're covered in ice and you're probably dead.
Range Bro TV's out there. Good morning or good afternoon, whichever applies.
It's still morning in the continental United States.
Oh, I guess 11:30 on the East Coast.
We still pretending the East Coast exists?
No one from the East Coast will join the panel, so do they truly exist?
Yeah, it probably got wiped out.
Just a figment of my imagination. Is anybody really here? Is it just me? Am I talking to myself? I don't know if I sent you one, G-Web, so let me get one sent to you here.
You could throw it in the chat, see if the bot joins.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a control freak. I don't know if I can.
You know, when you throw them in the chat, you always wonder, am I going to get a Black Cat Outdoors guest or a Carolina EDC guest where you end up having to pull the live stream?
Well, you don't have to add them to the stream when they pop in, right?
Nope. All right, let's go back to our poll. And the poll, it was a close one, closest one so far. Do you want a bullpup rifle? 52% said no. 47% said yes. Out of 17 votes.
That is a lot closer than I thought it would be.
It is.
All those Hellion reviews are really paying off.
So there's more bullpup lovers than Glock lovers here this morning.
Yeah, I heard, who was it? Was it Ian from Forgotten Weapons? He was reviewing it, and he compared the trigger. He said, it's not a good trigger. It's a bullpup. He said it's comparable to a mil-spec AR-15 trigger. I'm like, huh? That doesn't make any sense.
Good morning, G-Webs. How you doing today?
Pretty good. Does this work?
Yep, I can hear you.
And it sounds good. This isn't this mic.
Yeah, it sounds good. Just a tad low, but I can still hear you.
We can talk lower, so we can all match. Oh. Have you seen the news from H&R?
No.
Oh, I'm muted. Is this any different? I have a volume on the side over
Yeah,
there.
that's good.
That's better.
That's good right there.
Yeah, H&R is a company, got bought out by, wasn't it Palmetto State Armory? But, yeah, they're coming out with retro guns. They're coming out with an M16A1, and they're working on making new M1 Garands
Really?
and M14s. Yeah, and they're going to be
Ooh.
forged receivers, forged bolts. I'm really excited.
That is interesting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, TFB TV has an interview with them. Or was it ARFCOM? ARFCOM, I think, had an interview with them. But, yeah, go check it out. Glad H&R is still around.
When I hear H&R, I always think single shot shotguns.
Yeah, and from the interview, it sounds like they're not even making those anymore. All the tooling was worn out. They got scrapped.
So, if TriggerCon happens this year, is anyone from the panel going to be there?
I don't think it's going to happen this year. I was looking at it yesterday during your chat after you brought it up. There's nothing on their website about it. Everything's from 2019.
Yeah, I won't be going.
I was going to say, when I looked, I don't know what you guys were talking about because I didn't hear whatever chat, but whenever I looked it up for the calendar last year, there was nothing even about 2021, right?
Yeah. And then
I think it's just over.
someone was saying that if it happens, it might, I guess they moved their headquarters to Kansas. So it might, if it happens again, it might end up happening in Kansas. But, that was all just conjecture. But yeah, there was nothing, nothing at all on their website other than stuff back from 2019. Really wish I would have gone in 2019 when I thought about it.
So how much do you think this H&R brand new M1 Garen's going to cost? $2,500?
I was gonna say at least $2,000.
I was thinking like 1750.
What do you think about the SOCOM versions of the Grand?
You mean the M14?
Didn't
The
they?
M1As?
I thought they did some Grands. Maybe it is the M14 I was thinking of.
So like the 16-inch barrel?
Yeah, the different calibers.
I like the idea. I'm not going to be giving them my money at the moment. Just leave it at that. But yeah, if H&R starts making M14 clones, I imagine I'm going to be getting one if I'm able in this state.
I probably won't, but I would love to have an M14. I would probably go for the M14 over the Grand or Garand, which is a little bit of sacrilege, but it's, I grew up. I was alive during Vietnam, so that's I remember those more than the Garands as a kid.
Pretty sure that's not New York compliant.
It might be, right? You just get a 10-round mag.
I'm not sure if New York Outcast is New York compliant. That's kind of why he's trying to get out of there.
You got to butcher the grip,
Oh, does it have a pistol grip on that version?
I'm not sure.
Because if it's just a regular rifle stock with a semi-pistol grip, it should be fine, right? They didn't outlaw like your standard rifle stock.
You can only have like a nub in New York. You can't have a full on, even if it's like in the stock, I believe.
Oh, you mean the New York laws? Yeah, it's like California. You got to have the fin and all that kind of garbage.
Yeah, but like if you had like a lever action, you can't have the one with the semi-pistol grip stock. You got to have a straight stock.
I don't know.
Yeah, if you look at like Rob's AR and stuff, it just has that little nub and it doesn't even have a shark fin. They're like can only be an inch and a half or 2 inches. It looks like of like pistol grip.
Yeah, but that's a AR-15.
I think they require that on shotguns also.
Can you imagine what would happen in New York if they allowed pistol grips on shotguns?
People would hurt their wrist.
I'm glad I don't live in that world.
Well, I figured I'd look up that. I think this is the one SOCOM Rob was talking about.
Oh, yeah. That ain't going to work. I was just thinking of standard M14 stock.
That would require heavy modification to be New York compliant.
I guess this one's called the Brawler.
And
Can
it
you pull
might
up
be
a
worth
picture?
considering.
So what's the deal? This is a new gun?
No, Rob had mentioned the M1A SOCOM with CQB stock, so I figured I'd look it up. So I couldn't picture what it was. So, well, kind of fugly, I think. Cash EDC's out there. Good morning. And if I say good morning to somebody and it's not morning for you, just remember I'm in the past. West Coast.
At least you're not in Hawaii.
I don't mind
They're
living
what?
on this side of the country because if something bad happens, we get a couple hours notice.
That's
Unless
true.
it happens on this side of the country, like Mount St. Helens erupting.
They're still going to technically know about it a couple hours before us.
You think Rob can get this?
This makes me sad. I'm sad now.
Yep. You're that guy.
I don't like the grip angle on there.
He does food reviews. I can't remember what his name is. I don't think those two pictures are actually related.
No.
I think they were just memed.
That's without me using explicit language, that's the worst thing I've ever seen done to a Garand. And if that's really his great grandfather's rifle that he served with, yeah.
You should be ashamed. That's Honda-esque right there. Cash EDC is having donuts. Going back to work. I don't think we have any Dunkin' Donuts around here anymore. I think
All
they
the
all
other companies ran them out.
I think, they went bankrupt back in the 90s. I think that's when they disappeared from around here.
There's a movie documentary called The Donut King. It's kind of interesting, and they talk about how the different donut empires got their claims on the regions of the country and stuff.
What about this? That should be New York compliant. Maybe
snubby.
that.
I don't know. It might still be too tactical.
So you're
But-
going to say it's okay to put a magazine into a Garand, but it's not okay to chop up the wood part.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? Like
Depends
that's
on-
a lot of metallurgy. That's a different gun right there. Wood, you can get an old stock and chop it up for joking around, but put a real stock back on it. You know what I mean?
depends on how you do it. Like if you get a just a receiver, buy a receiver from the CMP, and it's not connected to a rifle, and your grandfather didn't carry it, I got no problem with that. But if you're hacking up a rifle your grandfather carried in World War II and he gave to you, that's a little different.
So I'm like, if you take the blueprints and you make a new one out of steel and then do this to it, okay, that's good. But if you take any old one, I think that's, I mean, even one that's sat in a rack is still an old one. You know, I'd rather not see the old ones modified. But is this thing also modified to be shorter?
Yeah, it's got a 16-inch barrel.
Good morning, Jet.
How about this? Do you think that anybody who actually used one of these was like, I wish the barrel was shorter and there was a magazine in it?
No, those people probably had M1 carbines.
That's what I'm saying. Seriously, like I wonder, because the people that picked the guns they wanted, from what I understand, picked them because the characteristics of them. If they wanted mag guns, they could have grabbed one, right? Like they wanted guns that used that did what they did.
So the idea behind it is, what is it? The BM59, the Italian BM59. They took USGI M1 Garands and converted them to MagFed. So this is just kind of a recreation of that, but keeping the most of the Garand style. You can get it without the 16-inch barrel, so you can get a full length.
Back in my day, before probably 2010-ish, they would have called this a tanker grand, and they were still looked down upon. Well, I don't know if they chopped. Pretty much. I don't know. There's a big. Is there a difference in this and a tanker grand?
Well, it gets takes a mag,
I
but
think
this
tanker grands
is
took mags too, or they jam mags.
that's
into
what
them.
they were.
So
Let's see.
to change the topic for like 30 seconds, for some reason I just got a winter snow warning for Northeast Ohio on my phone.
They know you want to travel there a lot.
I guess so. I didn't realize that I was planning on traveling there, but my phone obviously did.
Did they let the cat out of the bag?
Hey, I think you unhid that guy. It
Oh.
says on my screen that I hit him and then you unhid him.
I must have hit him right after you hit him.
Yeah,
Brian.
like at the same time.
So let me hit him again.
You would think it would take your hit as the default be on the channel, you know?
So Cash says he sent you some Gorn, and he says he's in Northeast Ohio getting snow.
So, just to defend what people are doing, the M14s that people are calling M14s are really M1As from Springfield Armory usually. They're not a forged receiver. So people are wanting
What
to
are
have.
They're cast.
What are they?
Cast?
I think they're milled, aren't they?
Well, wouldn't
or are
milled
they-
be stronger than forged? Or no, I guess milled would still be weaker than forged.
Yeah.
So
it could be
forged
that.
is where they take it and they smash it so it's denser, and then milled is where they take it and they cut it out so it's dense, and then cast is where they pour it into a mold and it's the least strong. Oh, and then there's mim where they take some powder and they sprinkle it on and blow on it with fairy dust, and then it's somehow magically metal.
Yeah.
Or they put metal powder in a Betty Crocker oven and it comes out metal.
But there's a market for it. And
Well, I remember back when I was volunteering at the range all the time, the dudes that were shooting rifle team, you know, they picked the M1As or the, what it would be, whatever the semi-auto version of the M1. They use those. So I'm guessing, is that because they have to, like it's the part of the rules, or is they like that one over grants or options?
I got no idea.
Yeah, I don't even know what they were shooting. I think they were just shooting high power matches.
So this is where we go back to talking about Glocks.
No. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good morning, Rob.
So you need to shave the bayonet lug off, right?
Yeah, they won't allow any attachments. So we have it's the New York Safe Act. There's a checkpoint list, basically. So it's possible that lug might be able to stay, but it would have to be checked over and make sure other markers. Once you get so many markers, then you got to swap things. So it's kind of the shotguns when the law first took effect. We were told there would be no pistol grips, this and that. So I had to strip mine, change it all around. And then within a year, I'm in the shop and there's guns with pistol grips on behind the counter. Like, what the hell? You know, nobody really knew the law, understood the law. Even the police today have a hard time describing the law. Actually, they'll literally bounce you around if you call your local department or something. Nobody knows. So it's kind of strange. So pretty much I just go by what the gun shop's selling. But a lot of those markers are scary. Bayonet lug. If it can accept a magazine that'll take more than 10 rounds, then that's a marker, even though you can buy just 10s or whatever. So little things like that. Yeah. The size of the stock, obviously, whether it's adjustable or not. So they look at a lot of things. So it's hard to give you a legal definition because I've yet to get one. I live here and I've personally called. So there's information online, but even that's very difficult to interpret what they're trying to tell you, I guess. So it gets pretty tricky. So I still have people today that, if they see my gun, they think it's illegal in my state. And that's kind of scary too, because they'll call the cops and then you don't know if the police are going to know the law either. So it's lots of people, they are just don't bring them out much in New York, unfortunately, because of that.
So is it a bayonet on anything? Like, do you had a bayonet lug on a shotgun?
Yeah, bayonet on anything.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah. You can have a gun. God forbid you attach a bayonet to it.
Yeah. Would never want them making it longer and less useful.
Yeah. It's weird stuff. So, and some of it I could even, like I said, be misinformed on because it kind of depends who you ask, unfortunately. And I think that's one of the major problems with the Safe Act. Nobody has a clue. I mean, even the shops who are scared to sell things are not sure. I get questioned, a threaded barrel is an issue, but yet I purchased a firearm locally and on the, it's got a threaded barrel basically. So, but bought it locally right out of the shop here. So I don't understand what the problem is. There's barrel threads on it, but if it extended from the slide at all, it would be considered a threaded barrel. But apparently because it's almost flush, it's not. So I don't really know. It's kind of difficult to keep up with. Yeah, like that would be illegal because it extends out the front.
Yeah,
Why? I have no idea. You know?
This is Wheeled and Well Arms. His 17 slide on his P80.
So, good morning to Jet and to Cash EDC and to TPC. TPC may have already ran off.
I missed TPC. If you're out there, sorry. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he was just a drive-by hello. Sorry I missed you. And
I
then
don't know. Rob might get jealous because of that firearm on the screen. You know how sexy that Glock was.
well, these should make you happy here, G23. These were from Cash EDC.
Now that's goodness right there.
Yeah.
And
Be nicer if it was at my house.
let's see. And that one.
It's like somebody's got an addiction.
And we got one more here.
That's not an addiction. That's just knowing what is a way better firearm.
I think that's nice. I like that.
Yeah, that's nice.
Black Cat, untacticalfoss at gmail.com. You can see the ticker at the bottom of the screen scrolling across there.
He's probably on his phone and his old eyes can't see that small of print.
His drunk old eyes can't see. I'll put it in the side chat for you.
He's
Or you
not
could just
drunk
put it
yet.
on a banner.
Well, I've already started here, so I'm not going to change. Well.com. So I put it in the side chat there. So hopefully you can see that. Now he's sad. Sorry. You made him sad, G23. We'll blame you.
I would, because all I did was read his comment where he said on my phone and can't see it.
So today is John Moses Browning's birthday.
So, speaking of him, who is going to get their significant other a 1911 for Valentine's Day?
I'm guessing you.
I mean, it's a perfect Valentine's present. It was patented on February 14th of 1911.
It's got to be the only reason he phrased it that way. It's an excuse to get himself another toy. He's just going to say it's for the wife that he's going to take out and play with and buy stuff for.
No, he's just going to break it in for her. What are you talking about?
Yeah, continuously. Okay.
Yeah.
And to answer Jet's question, I have absolutely no idea why I got a friggin' message about Ohio's weather. I just thought it was pretty damn weird, and so I thought I would like say something.
Do you have your phone based locally? Like, did you just go down and get a phone local? You didn't do nothing special?
I've had my phone for, I don't know, a few years now.
And it's from
And
your area code?
And I bought it locally and know it's got a Washington area code.
Okay, because if you got it somewhere else, you'll get stuff for other places. So, yeah, I don't know. Some people do, some people don't. Yeah, so, yeah.
Well, I bought the phone in Oregon, but it's got a Washington area code.
Yeah, there's a new area code for Washington. They ran out of numbers, so they had to add another one. I forget what it is.
666.
We had a couple more pictures in here, and I'm just trying to find where they went.
Check the spam filter.
No, I put them on the desktop, and
So
sometimes they kind of disappear.
Have the Russian bots figured out what your email is yet? You click the wrong picture and they take over the whole live stream.
До свидания, comrade. So this one was from Defense Dad. His new cleaning mat. He said it's really hard to even get it dirty.
Oh my God, he's gonna destroy and, tear things apart and beat on a document like that. That's crazy.
It is a cool one. I don't know if I could get it dirty either.
Do they also sell Constitution on toilet paper? So you can be patriotic in the bathroom.
He got where I was going. Yeah. Just messing around there.
And we had one from Black Cat. Yeah, he said it takes Glock mags.
Side charger.
Yeah, I don't know if I zoom in if it's going to zoom too far. Yep, a little too far.
So, ethical or hypothetical question: would you, as a capitalist, make Constitution toilet paper to sell and make profit off of communists?
No,
selling it
I
to
wouldn't.
communists.
Can I
Somebody
make it
probably
really
make a lot of
rough
money.
toilet paper? Like with splinters in it and stuff?
Metal shavings.
Yeah.
I personally no. I mean, if somebody wants to, that would be their right to. I would choose not to. Just like I wouldn't make flag ones. I believe the flag should only be on the flag. I don't like it on anything disposable, which is kind of everything other than a flag. But if other people wanted to put it on other stuff, that's they have a right to do it.
So that's definitely not New York compliant on the screen. And
Probably not, but probably not. But he does live in PA.
And it does look like it takes Glock mags. So definitely 2 strikes against it for Rob D's opinion.
Doesn't that mean it'll fit in the PCC stand?
It would. I'm personally not a fan of the side chargers anyway, with the ARs, so, but yeah, not saying anything's wrong with it or anything. So not something I'd be desiring. I'll take the lower though. Well, actually, I don't know. You probably can't even use it with a standard upper.
I don't know, the side charging thing. They're kind of cool. I'm not interested in them just because you're tied to for that upper. You're tied to a side charger. So if you need parts, you have to get specific to that. Whereas with the standard rear charging, there's so many companies making stuff. It's gonna be there where I'm just, I would be a little afraid that the side chargers, if they fall out of favor and disappear, then hopefully you've got your parts you need because you might not be able to get them anymore.
Well, some of those side charging uppers just have a little plug in the back where you can switch it over to a rear charging.
Kind of my reasonings fall under Foss's in a sense that same thing, just commonality, things like that. If you need parts down the line, I mean, but things like that all depend on why you buy guns too. I mean, if you just buy them as toys or range things or just to collect, then your reasons may not matter. It's just for fun or something like that. But also, I guess muscle memory, working your firearm in the dark, things like that. I don't want to switch anything from what I'm used to, if possible. Some may call it lazy. I just call it comfortable.
What do you think of the AR-9s that take the Colt stick mags instead of Glock?
Horrible. They won't fit on a display of mine. Absolutely horrible.
I have both. They're a heck of a lot easier to load, and supposedly they're more reliable, but probably depends on which mags you buy, like everything.
Yeah, I've heard those stick mags are kind of iffy. They got to be, the rounds got to sit just right. So I don't know if that's 100% true or whatever, but I don't know, just what I've heard, I guess I should say. So, as long as they run, does the job, then, what's it matter if it's straight or curved? I don't know. Probably just preference.
Well, one of the nice things is it's double stack, double feed, so it's way easier to load. It's just like an AR-15, you just drop them in.
That is nice. Do reload a magazine without stressing your fingers or having things just right. It's definitely a nice thing.
So another picture from Cash EDC. I believe that's a Takeover.
You kidding?
Is that a Beretta?
No.
Oh, no.
It's got a communist star on it.
No, it's a Bulgarian star. No, I guess you're right. Communist star. I thought you were saying Russian star. Hopefully he's going to start having a set of those for each of his AKs. But that's a Makarov, not a...
Makarov. Yeah, he's saying Bulgarian Makarov.
Tokarev, you can tell just from the proportion. These look like a little pocket gun, where a Tokarev is more like a 1911, like full-size pistol. So it'll have like more barrel in front of the trigger guard. Have you ever played with a Makarov?
I've never seen one in person.
They're fun because you see how the bottom of the trigger guard, that's a pivot, that's a hinge there. So to take it apart to disassemble, you pull down on the trigger guard, and that is what pulls the lock out of the slide. So it's a blowback. The barrel is
So-
connected to the frame, and then
Like a PPK.
I'm not sure, but I've only taken apart PBKs a couple of times at the store, but I've owned these, so it's. I'm sure they stole it from somebody. They're Russian, so it's it's an old design, but
yeah, because the
Just-
PPKs you pull down the like that.
then it probably is. I think it came after. I don't know the history of these, but I think from listening over people's conversations, whatever I remembered, I think they did come after, but simplified like a Russian. They dropped it to so few parts. So they're kind of like an SKS. I really, really like the little pistols. I would own more of them if I could have, but we got them at like when they were $60 or something, and sold them when they were $250. So couldn't needed the money, but they were fun to have a whole bunch of them because you could get them from Bulgaria, from Germany, from Russia. I don't even know. I never collected them hard, but you could probably get a bunch of them. They're like AKs. They're from everywhere.
Echo's reloading chamber and mandatory carrier out there. Yeah, I know they're popular. I hear a lot of people talking about the Makarovs and the
They're
Takarovs.
like SKSs. They're very cheap, inexpensive, crude guns. So they were $60 back in the day, and nobody wanted them. Just like the Nagant revolvers and the Tokarovs, nobody wanted them, so they were just sitting there until mid 2000s, I guess, and internet and everything, and then bam, it started going up and up and up.
That's a nice example. It looks like pretty clean.
And to correct Jet, Foss is not in South Oregon or Southern Oregon. That would be me.
Yeah, we're in Northern Oregon.
Yeah, I'm a
Yeah,
power
they're
top.
Portlandiers.
I'm a power top. G23 is the bottom. He's below me.
Lots of things happen on that Oregon Trail.
Man,
How
there's a
are
lot of
things
people.
going in Oregon, gun wise?
Shit.
I'll be back in just a second.
We lost state preemption last year. So now every city, town, county can all have their own damn different laws. And you could catch a felony by sneezing across the wrong street.
I was told your state looks like a dump. Yeah, spray paint, tags, garbage, just crap everywhere, basically everywhere. Not like off in little areas, but from what I'm told, you drive into just about any town and you just see it. That's your welcoming. I don't know if it's true. It was from I don't even know his name, YouTuber from Oregon that was traveling and complaining and talking about, back home. It's like, it doesn't matter where you are. It's all trash everywhere. Like,
It all depends on what area you are. If you're in like Salem, Portland, Eugene, yeah, but some of your smaller towns and stuff, no.
So your bigger cities, though, they're pretty much, trashed
They're just
out or
like
what?
New York.
Yeah.
It's Oregon. How many big cities do they got?
That's a question for you, G23.
Oh, I didn't hear. I had the wife yelling in my ear.
All you got is what do you call it? And Portland and Eugene. Is there any other big cities?
Salem, the capital.
That's the whole thing about Oregon. It's a bunch of like people minding their business, kind of spread out. They're not like a bunch of towns that were developed a long time ago based on industry or factories or rivers or any of that. Like it was people seeking to be by themselves. At least that's how I understand it. I've only driven one time through it, north to south or south to north.
Yeah, there's a lot more like people that would rather be out of the big cities, but unfortunately, those three cities pretty much run the entire state.
Same story, different state.
So, did you see anything super interesting at SHOT Show?
Me? Heck yeah. But before we do that, since we're talking about Washington a little bit, adjacent northern Oregon, then I just wanted to put another plug out there for that epic show. So I was driving to there, but that show that you guys had with SA, I don't know if she goes by, so on our Instagrams, it's always SA, so I never knew how to address her, but if it's Sharon, but holy moly, was that a great show. Thanks so much for having that one.
Oh yeah,
And learning a lot. I've started following her now. There was some stuff and I didn't know what her deal was, but now I know, and holy moly, yeah, that was great. What a service for you guys to let everybody know about it, but also obviously the effort she puts in.
we're trying to help her out, get her a bigger platform. So we're doing some things in the background, but we'll see if it works out. But yeah, she's amazing.
Without getting too into it, did you guys see that 22 that has the bullet, the magazine on top, sort of? Or like, it's not really a mag. I guess it is technically a magazine, but it's an attached magazine on top. Like it flips open.
No, I didn't see that. Is it a rifle?
No, it's a little pistol. It's like Derringer. The way to call it is a semi-auto pistol. It folds so that when it's like it's made for like a get off of me, like a defensive type of thing, by someone who's not a gun person, but one is an engineer that wanted to address a problem or perceived problem, I guess. And so it's hard to describe it. The grip comes along and folds. It sort of disassembles the gun so that it can't fire. It's not just folding. In other words, it like is designed to come apart, and then it'll kind of snap into action. And it's a completely unique take because it was made by somebody who's just an engineer coming at it from like, let's solve a problem that I think exists without asking anybody first. So kind of really cool. I mean,
I know. I think
it is what it is. I think it's cool.
Do you know
I
what
think
it's called?
Snobby was talking about that. Snobby was talking about that last night on the show,
I forget
and
what it's called. Like a
he was pointed. He was pointed over there by I think the lifeguard guy.
Yeah, it's nothing like a life card, but it folds, so I guess in that respect, it's like one. Was Lifeguard at the show? I didn't see them.
I guess they were. Snobby said that the guy from Lifeguard, I guess, knows the guy that was doing that and sent him over there to like talk with him.
Well, hopefully he doesn't pull an Altor on him.
Don't know if anybody said hello to Tara Smith, Tara Smith's Kitchen, and Moo. I saw Moo. And M. Gabriel. I don't know if I said hello to M. Gabriel earlier, but good morning. Sorry, I missed whatever was going on there. But Moo, if you're out there, I sent you a link if you want to jump in. So, yeah. Had a couple patches. I was gonna give away one of them, and I think I left them upstairs. I meant to put them over on the table. So we'll do. Why don't we do a giveaway? Do the patch giveaway, and it's I can't even remember what they were.
Well, if you want to run upstairs and get them, we can hold down the show for a couple minutes while you do it.
We were talking before you came back.
You
believe
say
it
you
or
need
not.
some patches?
No, well, I had ones to give away, and I forgot to bring them out here. I'll be right back again. Hold down the fort.
I can almost guarantee I have more patches within 10 feet of me than almost anybody right now.
I believe it.
I just dragged everything in here and it's all laying in a big pile.
Yeah, you got quite a patch hauling. Now, what day 4 brought, since none of us know, I can probably say you got another 50% of day 1 and day 2 combined.
No, but like maybe could have if I wanted to. I was doing other stuff, but some places, especially the places that knew what they were doing and weren't scared to buy patches, definitely had some still on the 4th day. Oh, that was cool. How did that fade in like that? That was neat.
Well, I figured I'd do my usual plug for the CMP. CMP has $1,000 expert grade Garens in stock right now. They're a service grade with a brand new barrel and a brand new stock for $1,000, no tax, free shipping right to your front door. So if you're interested, go check them out. And yeah, that's it. Back to patches. How many patches do you think you have?
From the show?
Yeah.
I think I counted 100 on one of the days, but I don't remember if that was Tuesday, like Wednesday night or Thursday night, and then maybe 3 deep, so 300 maybe. Like on a general, maybe 500 now, 400. It's really hard to know. Those Condor bags, like 8 of them, but they're not all patches. It's also like Glock bottles and notebooks and T-shirts and hats and things.
So
I think Gary got
have
the most.
you,
I think Gary dwarfed me. Did he talk about that at all?
well, Gary had like help. He had Snob and Obi out collecting patches for him.
We have Wheeled and Well Armed.
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing?
Doing pretty good.
Good.
Been a while, Wield.
What's that?
Been a while since I've been on the panel with you?
Yeah, no, I haven't been on many live streams or putting out many videos in the last couple months while building this house. So yeah, it's been a long time. Sorry about that.
How is the new house doing?
What was that?
How's the new house doing?
Yeah, it's good. So it's fully accessible. I had to put 4 inches of concrete in the carport to bring it up to level. Put 750 square feet of concrete out the back yard. There's 3 sliding glass doors, and it had pavers that were 4 inches apart. And I was just falling in the cracks and couldn't get in and out of the house. So safety, fire. If there's a fire, I can go out any door now. And then the front door had a 9-inch step down to a 7 by 15-foot front porch, and so I raised it up as well. And then I fully made the bathroom accessible. So it's a wet room, is what they call it. There's no. It's kind of like a bathroom at the YMCA. Yeah. So all that's done, so I can start doing gun videos again.
So I've got the hashtag takeover for the patches. And what we'll do, I think we'll do a mystery patch. You can choose between these 2 patches.
Oh, snap. That's pretty cool.
Ah. So if you want to enter, just put the hashtag takeover. And we'll do the drawing here in a little bit.
Is there any kind of hints or clues or anything?
Well, this one is like about that size. That one is about the same size. There's your
I knew
clues.
what they are now. Now I know what they are.
Only G Webs can identify a patch from the back.
And I will throw in a random patch that I pick and include it with process.
Yep, and then also there's always extra stickers and whatnot, whatever I dig out of the box and send to you. So, hashtag takeover. Well,
Yeah, G23 will do anything to get rid of that tampon patch.
That's already on its way to you.
Well, it better be super then.
extra absorbent. So we got a couple more pictures from Black Cat. One here. Looking manly.
Is that like one of their shorter Mosins, or is that just the angle?
Looks short.
Yeah, that's the kind I liked.
Isn't that right before the feds got him at the governor's house?
Yes, that's
We're not
a
supposed
little
to talk
older
about that,
picture.
Rob.
Is that Midnight Show in the back there?
Yeah, it looks like it.
It's just not
Well,
on fire.
well, it's not on fire, so it's. And then the other picture.
He says that's a carbine.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of those.
Yeah, it doesn't work. But, yeah, we'll zoom back up. So CZ82 on the right, that was the one I zoomed in on.
What is that?
It didn't say what the other ones are.
I don't have any idea what that gun is.
And then a Ruger.
That one I know.
Is that the one you have?
I think so. Looks like it was in my pocket right now.
I'm pretty sure that's another CZ, and it requires a man bun to own it.
That looks like something from the 80s, doesn't it?
Yeah. Firestar. Firestar
Oh.
M43.
Is that a star? The 45? Or is that the Mega Star?
He says Firestarter M43.
That's probably
I
a
was
three.
thinking Star, but
I think it's Star, and the series is the Mega Star and Firestar, and there's
Oh,
another.
okay.
Is that a 45 though? It looks tiny for a 45.
No, the Mega Star is the 45 and 10 millimeter double stack.
yeah, I can't read any markings on it. Looks neat.
You could read the serial number.
Yep, I already cloned it.
Clone it, then file it off so you have your own ghost gun.
Yeah, I can't believe he's got the
Oh.
same serial number as my P80. How weird.
So I always go to this, I don't know how this name come up, but I always go to the surplus store in Vegas whenever I can. Big giant surplus store, one of the best I've ever been to in the whole country. And they know me, so kind of BSing with the people behind the counter or whatever. And they were saying, I was like, hey, it's okay to take video again, because they had cleaned everything up, changed things around or whatever. And they're like, not only that, but you could take streaming video. There was just I guess a couple came in from China. They got permission or whatever, started live streaming and just started auctioning off stuff in their store. So they bought like just tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff at full retail and then auctioned it off to China. And now it's like in bags and bags and bags and bags behind the counter over there. I got a couple of pictures of it. How crazy is that to like travel to US, go to a surplus store and then sell stuff to China? That means like probably most of the stuff in our garages and stuff is worth something in China.
Well, we got 12 entries. So we'll give it, I don't know, we'll give it 5 more minutes. Yeah, I think I might be out of the G23 stickers you sent me, G23. I think I gave them all away.
Huh. I may have to send you some more.
If I still have some, I'll include a G23 sticker.
You know, and when I came up, I completely spaced off bringing like a bunch of them. I should have.
The stickers do make great targets.
So have you thought
You
any
know,
more? You thought any more about your name change, G23?
Nope. I haven't put out a contest to let anyone come up with a new name. Of course, we'd have to ban Rob from it.
Contest.
You should change your name to Budget Guns and Gear Reviews.
Are you going to do a drawing for the name or vote on the name? Something like that. I think you should do just a random drawing of the names.
How could that go wrong?
Ass
You should
Master.
draw a line in the sand, have some cojones, and pick a name.
Dr. Assmaster.
Letting everybody else do it's taking the easy way out.
Or you could look at it as you are including your channel friends to help make it a better channel.
Yeah, you could use that as a cop out for being scared to pick something people may not like. But you're a Glock owner, so it would make sense.
So, what was the reasoning for changing the name?
G23 is pretty hard to do SEO work on because it's such a common phrase. If you just search G23, it'll take, there'll be about 50 other channels with the same name.
Gotcha.
I just figure it's the trendy thing to do these days.
I got a name for
No.
you. Wild Bill Hickok 45. You'll get a lot of search results that you'll pop up in.
The Yankee Marshall Hickok 45.
Yeah, no.
Portland Yankee 45.
Yeah. I've been thinking about it, but I don't know. Yeah, you probably should. I should change it if I want to like really grow the channel and stuff and make it easier for people to find it.
I think you might be right.
You know what? I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave it the way it is. I don't know.
Well, I think, you were talking about if you start, trying to work with companies that aren't Glock, that, having a Glock name might hinder that.
Glock isn't going to be like, oh yeah, use our copyrighted name for your thing. No problem. They tend to.
Yeah, but you could have a name with G23 in it, like, G23 shoots or G23, something, G23 weekly, something to let you know you're a weekly live podcaster.
Make it G23 search results, and then it'll be even more confusing for everyone.
I think he's trying to be all cushy, mediocre, so he can appease everybody, in a sense, as far as not even having gun in his logo. So therefore, he gets spread further. I think that's what his goal was, but sounds like he isn't sure if he's trying to go full, sell out Mr. Moneybags or not yet. So he's making that decision. Am I wrong?
There will always be a firearm in the logo. I guarantee you there will always be a firearm in the logo.
Okay. So I thought this referred back to the one conversation when it was the whole, throw media at the end or this or that, so you get looked at differently and blah, 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 and all that stuff, where, it appears you're a huge organization, even though it's still just you. All that type of stuff. This is why people don't like me, because I just say it like it is.
I'm not just going to be, because with it being G23, one, it's hard to find in a search engine, and two, a lot of people just automatically associate G23 to the Glock, even if it was never like intended to be associated to it. So try taking that part of it out and still make sure that everyone knows there is going to be firearms, just a broad base of firearms.
But not the Glock. G23, but not the Glock.
Well, your logo in a way can stereotype you, kind of. In my opinion, I'm no expert at any of this, but I'd assume if you're looking at flashlights or whatever else you're trying to review and stuff, if it just refers back to the Glock guy in some form, then it's going to be probably less appealing than if it was something gear reviews or whatever situation would probably be more fitting and line up with a better fit with more companies than that gun guy or whatever the case is. I assume there's a little bit of a limiting factor as soon as you actually throw a gun or firearm into the mix of a name. But again, I could be wrong. This is what I'm overhearing from places and things like that. But it does kind of make sense. So if your goal is, to achieve success as far as YouTube, then you got to play the game. It's just, so I don't know. Or look real good in a short skirt.
Well, mandatory carry. I don't know how long you've been gone, but giving away a patch. So hashtag takeover, type that out there, and we'll give it away here in just a couple minutes. You get your choice of either this one or this one, and you don't know what they are. Yeah, then some extra stickers and whatnot. We'll give you just get a couple minutes here, and then we'll do the drawing. So if you're gonna do it now.
So anyone got a gun they're thinking about buying?
Nope. It'll be a while before I buy another one.
Yep.
I'm not buying anything, but I got it all set up to sell most of mine. I'm gonna be selling them at the auction up in Phoenix. Got like a Remington made Mosin. So Mosin made in the USA.
Ooh.
Oh, that's cool.
Or I have one for temporarily until it gets sold. Then all my other little short Mosins more than likely.
I was looking at the AR that had the barrel takedown, where you could switch out AR-15, for like say a 300 blackout for a 5.56, and actually change out the barrels and keep everything else there, and maybe a fold up stock or something like that, so I could really get something about football size total package.
Yeah, those are cool. I saw somebody do one up where it fit inside of a 50 cal can.
Yeah, that'd be my goal. Would be I might go with a longer barrel because I don't like 5.56. It's less than 11 inches, 10 inches, but so it might not be quite that small, but pretty close.
All right. Well, we've got 17 people entered. Let's see who's going to win.
Can I just call it now, or do we have to wait for the actual win part?
Should probably wait.
It definitely will not be me.
Moo!
Oh, this is rigged. I knew it.
Yeah, I don't think he's even here anymore. So how's he supposed to choose?
Utterly ridiculous.
Wow. So
He
what do we
has
do? Do
2 minutes to choose, or we redraw.
we just draw again?
There was a flaw in our plan.
There was.
Or draw for him. Have the
Oh.
chat draw for him or something.
Did somebody get him off the floor and wake him up? Give him some coffee? Well, let's draw again. If Moo gets a hold of me, I'll send him something. Let's try this again. We'll draw again. Hopefully, whoever wins now is going to be here. Tara. All right. Tara was out there. Hopefully, Tara is still here. Otherwise, this sucks. Are you there, Tara?
She's making soup.
In the kitchen.
Wow. Oh, I think from now on, maybe we'll make the stipulation that you have to be present during the drawing.
Third time's a charm.
I'm thinking maybe.
Or
I'll give her. Oh, there's Moo. So Tara, if you're listening, you'll still win something. Moo, since Moo's right here.
Why don't you get Tara the other one, since Moo's now going to pick the actual one? Or is
That's what we'll do. So, do you want? Oops, I gotta stop screen sharing. Hang on there.
the good one or the other one?
So, do you want the one in my left hand or the one in my right hand?
He still doesn't get the look.
take the left. Take the left.
Do cows even know direction?
It's a mystery, man.
Those
No,
are
it's a
your
mystery.
two choices. What do you want, Moo? Left hand, right hand?
Oh, and you got the camera thing, so your left is really your right here with the YouTube camera.
He said my left. So he gets the Space Force patch. Right? There we
That's
go.
cool.
Is that a real
Yeah.
one? Some kind of joke one?
I don't know. It's not a goofy one. So it's probably somewhat similar to whatever they use, but I'm not sure. And then Tara will get the Zombie Outbreak K9 Unit Response Team. That one.
I've seen a guy that's got a Jeep trailer and another vehicle all set up with that zombie response team stuff all over his vehicles. So I don't know if he's some type of business with a trailer or what it is, but it's definitely interesting to drive by.
So Moo, I don't think I have your address. Send me your address. Email me your address. And Tara, if you hear this, send me your address and I'll send you some stuff. Congratulations to both of you.
When you deliver stuff to Moo, you get the address, but then you got to put in the special instructions for the delivery person to just wing it out into the pasture.
Yeah, you just tie a little hay to it and he'll find it. So we can get rid of that.
You're saying it looks like the real Space Force emblem, so that's a real one. That's cool.
Why don't we play this while we've got a little break?
I know. It's cool. Thanks.
No problem. Gear websites for 2A related patches, stickers, t-shirts, and whatnot.
Free Patch Fridays are going to be off the hook, is what the kids say.
Banging. They'll be banging.
Off the hook.
Off the hook and loop Velcro.
That's old, man. That's old. I think it's like lit. It's gonna be lit now. Or actually, that might be a generation old too.
It'll be boss.
No, it's fire.
Is that what they say now? Boss?
Trippy.
All right, I'll go ask.
Radical? Be radical?
Kids will dig it.
So we're coming up on the 10 o'clock Pacific hour. We got about an hour left to go.
You know what I got from Pink Panther because he didn't want to fly home with it?
What did he give you?
And air, boost oxygen. Anybody ever use this stuff?
I've heard of it.
What's it called?
Boost oxygen. You just breathe it. It's called, what do they say? It says aviator breathing oxygen. So I guess it's what they put in airplanes for pilots to breathe.
You huff it?
It feels like
remember Dennis Hopper in Blue Velvet?
Mommy.
It's gonna be fire, G. That's the approved word.
Oh, I was right.
At least in New York. Fire.
We're going to be fired? They're going to fire you, G-Webs. What's going on? Hostile takeover?
Fired.
If you can add a yo at the end of it, it's probably more fitting. Like, it's gonna be fire, yo.
I've been hearing a lot of bruz. Instead of bro, it's BRUH.
Oh my
Bro.
goodness. So
Bro.
I parked and I got there one day and I ended up on the level because I didn't feel like parking with all the suckers I parked with, because when you have certain vehicles, you can park wherever you feel like. So I parked with the contractors in a contractor's level. So, and I'm going to the shot or whatever. I'm going back and forth and go out to check the dog and leave patches off or whatever. And I'm in there also pulling pictures and stuff off of my phone because I just do everything off my phone. And I only have so much room on my card, so I have to pull the videos off every once in a while. So I'm doing that. I'm sitting in the van pulling the videos off, and you can hear what's going on in the parking lot or whatever. And it was all like these guys got off work or whatever shift they were on, and I must have been parked, where their cars were. And it was like, bro, dude, bro. I'm like, they must not like hear it, they're just saying it, but like from somebody who isn't used to hearing it, it was like, and I don't even think I'm exaggerating. Like every time they started a sentence, it was bro, because they're probably, it's how they identify who they're talking to or whatever. But they don't hear it, but it's like, it was pretty crazy.
People fall into that pretty easy, it seems. Like work and groups or whatever, they'll just kind of go along with whatever somebody goes with and run with it.
At work, and they were just getting done being at work or whatever. But like I say, I was just not hearing it very often. And I was telling somebody too, like somebody was saying something about an escalator. I'm like, I think the only time I ever go on an escalator ever is a SHOT Show, because why would I ever go on an escalator? I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever gone on an escalator except for a SHOT Show, like something like that. When am I ever going to be, near a bunch of dudes getting off of work, probably a full shift or whatever, and getting ready to maybe even have their weekend or something, making all their plans and stuff. So yeah, to them, it's just talking to each other. But for me, it was like listening to New Yorkers or Californians, total accent that I'm not used to.
Well, would you think an escalator's a worse position than a stairwell in an emergency?
I'm not too worried about the convention center because you're right next to stairs. It's not like you're in a tunnel where just that. So I could just jump over and be on the staircase.
You ever fallen on an escalator?
on the metal edge. That would hurt.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever have. Maybe
Yeah,
as
it's not. I don't recommend it.
I was in the Czech Republic, and there was this drunk guy coming in up the sub stairs, and the escalator was probably 50, 60 yards long, and he just kept falling for like, he just never stopped falling. Just people would get out of his way, and he's asleep or drunk or dead. I don't know, but he just kept falling.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Oh, I got my shoelace caught at the end of it when I was a kid. And
Never had a problem with them, but I always kind of hop that last step, just ever since, movies, being a kid and shit. Yeah. Not like visibly hop it, but I make sure I clear it. I'd be cautious, maybe, girls in flip flops not paying attention or baloney, and it could be a problem. I don't know.
I'm in a wheelchair, and I went to MARTA to take the train to the airport. And this guy, he works for MARTA. He saw me get out of my car. He goes, "Oh, I'll help you through the turnstile." And so I got my little MARTA card out, and you have to go through the door and not the turnstile because I'm in a wheelchair. And so he helped me get through, and then he goes, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, the elevator's broken." I'm like, "You saw me actually get out of my car, and you didn't stop me at that point? Then you helped me through the turnstile, and you didn't stop me at that point? Now you're going to tell me?" "Yeah, I just remembered." I'm like, "Well, I'm going to take the escalator." And he goes, "No, you can't take the escalator." And I go, "Well, just bring my suitcase up." And so I grabbed hold of the two rails on the escalator. I went up. It was a pretty long escalator. And he followed me up. He's like, "You're not supposed to be doing this." But anyway, he brought my suitcase up. And so, yeah, it's pretty fun riding the escalator in a wheelchair. You just grab on the side rails and hold on. But when you get to the top, you got to pop a wheelie to get over that little lip.
Would it be a thing that they could engage some sort of thing like a retrofit to an escalator or something you could put on a chair that would do it, or has there been anything like that?
I don't know. I mean, when I went through rehab, we went to the mall, and all the people in wheelchairs practice the elevator, and then the mall security would run us off and say, "Hey, you're not supposed to be doing that." And we're like, "Yeah, we can do it." And it's not against the law. And he's like, "Yeah, well, I don't want anybody getting hurt on my shift." So I don't know if there's something you could attach or anything, but it's pretty safe when you just grab the handrails.
yeah,
People don't
Tara,
really-
you want a patch? So, I don't know if you heard any of that, but email me at the untacticalfoss@gmail.com address that you want some stuff sent to. I'll send you out the patch and some stickers and stuff. The gun snob's out there. It looks like he made it home safe. Black Cat, we'll just have him turn around so we can talk behind his back.
Yeah, the party cleared out of Snob's place, I guess, about an hour and a half before he showed up. It was a close one.
Jet's asking who's making breakfast. Yeah, Moo, I saw your email. I got it.
I never do
Yeah.
breakfast.
Skip breakfast. It's almost time for lunch.
Oh, I
Never
had the
typically.
I had the same thing I have every Sunday morning, usually about between 3 and 4 o'clock. I'll make 2 eggs, 2 toasts, 2 sausages, and a hot chocolate. Snob got home about 5 his time, and Gary about 8 o'clock.
I've been
Well, that's
set on
crazy.
pretty much one good meal a day for years and years and years, except for when forced to eat 3. Worked good for me. Everybody's different. You know, your body styles, what's good for you, metabolism levels, all that. So obviously, I'm no doctor, but I've heard a lot of information that states it's actually kind of a good thing. So I don't know if it's true or not, but I've also heard information you should eat 3 meals a day. I mean, we've all seen the commercials. I don't know. You think better when you eat and all this, but I have no idea. For me, I've always ran pretty much steady off one big meal that would probably shock people, and bowl of cereal or something through the night.
Jet, I think you're behind. Refresh. Make sure that you're caught up with the.
Down at the bottom left
chat.
of the screen, there'll be a little red dot next to live. You can click on that. It'll go back to being current.
Hey, Outcast, I'm with you. I've been eating 1 meal a day, or about a 4-hour eating window for the last 8 months, and I've lost 55 pounds.
Yeah, it doesn't shock me. Like I said, I've heard a lot of stuff about it. I can't say, like I said, I'm not a doctor, so I can't. And everybody is different, so
That's the
it works
OMAD.
for me.
That's the OMAD diet, 1 meal a day. OMAD.
Oh, I eat 1 meal a day. It's several courses spread out through the whole day.
You know what's funny? Jet probably won't know to go live until 20 minutes from now because he's not live.
No, that's exactly what'll happen. But he'll never hear you say that, or they'll never hear you say that, because when they go live, they'll miss everything between now and then. So we can say all kinds of talk.
So we could talk shit right now, and he'll never know.
Well, he was caught up earlier because and then I'm not sure what happened.
What happens?
Maybe you stepped away or clicked on something else for a minute and came back. It's happened to me, and it sucks.
I've noticed on going away for a week, working on the phone more, like all the different weird issues that are on the phone that aren't on the regular computer.
Matter of fact, it happened to me just the other day. I was responding to something, and then the thing lit up red saying like chat's over. I'm like, what? Like, oh, like I was, I don't know, 20 minutes behind in a show. So sucks when you really sound retarded, when it's not truly you, it's just your timing.
Yeah, when I'm not live with a show, I do the double speed, catch up that way.
So if those guys are just getting home, they left Friday, and then is Clover home already?
I don't know. He
seemed
like he was taking his time.
Well, yeah, that's kind of true. They're driving a long way.
Well, I'm curious why they didn't alternate. I mean, maybe they did, but from what it seemed, Snob was driving, so I don't know.
Well, from what Gary was saying, Snob doesn't let Gary drive because he doesn't drive fast enough.
Well, shit. You could go nonstop. 17 hours is better than driving the speed limit. Is better than sleeping for 6 hours or whatever on the side of the road, or feeling like crap when you get home.
Depends on what you're doing.
Like a power junkie.
Those guys, that would be interesting. Same with Clover, really, because you get to sit rep. You get to, what's the word, like deconstruct the event. When you think about it, we get drinking from a power hose for 4 or 5 days there, and all the nighttime stuff. So that time in the vehicle is valuable. I mean, I get 8 hours or 6 hours or something when we come home, but I mean, days like that would be pretty interesting. Not to mention the ability to be able to edit and kind of kind of get your stuff laid out. That'd be pretty neat.
Got to trust in your people, Snob. Got to be able to delegate. part of leadership, man.
Why are you acting like Snob's the leader when it's Gizzard's crew?
Well, I'm trying to do something besides the whole power junkie thing.
I think it's nice
to
that Gizzard doesn't
turn it a little.
mention that Gizzard is sitting in the back being chauffeured.
Yeah, maybe he's a manipulator.
He lets him think that he's choosing to be the one driving all the time. That's nice of him.
Gary's used to driving one of them little bitty things, huh? By the time he got done with that trip, he'd want a truck. He'd be like, oh, it's nice sitting up so much higher and people get out of your way. Oh, it's great. And I didn't even have to pay for gas.
Whenever I drive something that isn't a van anymore, it's weird because the van you're sitting up like at a kitchen table. So everything else, I feel like I'm laying in like a recliner. Not to mention, like you say, you're down on the ground, like right off the street, like, but just sitting up, you're just able to turn your head and see so much more. Pickups are more like that. They're like sitting on a couch or something, sitting up.
My lady prefers driving a truck over cars. Her aunt actually has been a lady that buys pickups just for the fact of, you sit up taller and people get out of your way pretty much. So I guess there's something to that. So, and there is obviously a huge difference if you drive a truck all the time and then hop in somebody's sports car, because you really are, almost a foot off the ground. Huge difference.
I went from the pickup to this cop car, and I didn't like going down on the ground, but the pick so slippery compared to the cop car. The cop car is like, I don't know, it's not glued to the ground, but it's like being on a slot car track or something. Like, it's not, you don't have to worry about it ever lifting up. And I mean, like, I can turn, and now where the pickup, you're really not making fast turns or hard turns and stuff. So that part for driving on the street and stuff, I like the car, but that's about it. Everything else, the pickup, I'll take any day of the week.
Yeah, I rented a car. It was a Nissan. I don't know what it was, some little number, but it was so low to the ground. I just felt like I was going to be run over in Atlanta. It was just really intimidating being on, 285 at 80 miles an hour with cars that were, drivers' heads that were 4 feet above me.
You look over and see the door line. You're like, oh.
Yeah,
those small cars are great.
South are the fastest. Like that's some fast. Every place else is crazy.
Yeah, I had to rent a car once. Yep.
Echo.
There we go. I had to rent a car one time, and they tried to give me a Dodge Neon, and it felt like I opened the door and then you're stepping down into it. Sat down, got back up, and told him, no, thank you.
Yeah, I took that Nissan back and told them to give me a SUV as a self. In danger, and then plus it's really hard to get in and out with something that low.
Yeah. Yeah, my stepdad had Firebird, the ones like, look like Knight Rider. And, this was when I was in high school, and basically I had to put a hand on the ground to get out of it.
Yeah, that's what the Honda feels like sometimes. You could just kind of roll out if you could almost steady yourself on the ground. A little crazy.
It's weird that I'm guessing they left Friday, and I guess the people that flew got home, hours later. But Pink and me stayed around and went to that surplus store on Saturday, and then I didn't leave till Saturday afternoon, and I'm still getting home. It's like we're all getting home at the same time. It's interesting.
Yeah, I looked it up. It'd be about a 12-hour drive to Vegas for me.
From where you are.
Yep.
Really?
Haas
I think it's
is-
14 for me.
Or no, was it 12? Now I forget. I might be mixing up because years and years ago, back in the mid 90s, I drive down to Reno from Eastern Washington. I know that was 12 hours. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that makes sense because going from Eastern to Western Washington is about a 3.5 hour drive.
So yeah, I'm gonna look it up real quick. Might have been 17 hours, not 12 hours. So it's a 17-hour drive.
Yeah, it's only about 35 hours or so for me. That's one heck of a drive.
2,437 miles.
It's a long way. I can hear her.
Yeah, it's crazy how mics work.
Well, I got
Yeah.
headphones on.
Yeah, well, not how they work, but sometimes I've noticed with other people, it'll be like somebody's trying to whisper in the background, but you can hear them clear as day. But sometimes you
wouldn't-
can't hear the person you're trying to hear. You know what I mean? It's weird.
Rob, you wouldn't fly there to Vegas?
No, I try to avoid flights if possible. Definitely prefer to drive. Honestly, anywhere within the country. Although I'd really have to want to go to make a trip like that. All my flights have been scary. So unless I'm getting paid, I'm not getting back on a damn plane.
I can't even think of the last time I flew.
Damn
Sure.
government
Yeah,
contracts, the
well.
cheapest crap there is out there. Be at an airport, see all the big planes, and you're like, oh, cool. No, the little dinkety one you got to duck over in with 3 seats wide is the one that's here for you. One with duct tape on it.
Yeah, I think the last time I flew was either to, can't remember, Samoa or Guam. I don't remember which one we did first, which one we did second, but that was
For vacation or something?
one was to see. There was supposed to be a family reunion kind of thing in Samoa, but my uncle who was there had to go to a funeral, so everybody canceled, and we decided just to go anyways. And then
How big
Guam was that?
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was gonna say Guam was a friend of my wife's. Got married in Guam.
So how big is Guam?
I'm not sure. It's not real big. Samoa
Can you
is
see across it? Like you go on one side, you can see the other side?
almost. I know Samoa is
Is
about
there
2
places you
miles.
can go on and see the whole thing? Like if you go up on
Yeah.
top of a building or on a hill or something, could you see the whole place?
No.
Okay.
Guam is the island that the Congressman Johnson thought was going to flip over if too many Marines were on.
Yeah.
Well, if they stand on one side, come on.
That's so horrible.
Interesting fact is they have high-speed internet because the all the communication cables run by Guam, so they're able to get high-speed internet out there.
Well,
Is it
because of the military, right?
Is there industry there because of that, or is there no?
Not really.
So
But it's
is it,
because of the military, right, that they have the high-speed internet, right?
I don't know, because
we probably ran
just-
our cables there because we're not
Well,
going to just run
that's
across the ocean for no reason. We're going to run them to an island and then run them back out, right?
Yeah, that's just what I forget who even said that, but there was the um, all the underwater cables ran by Guam, so they got high speed internet. Whereas like Samoa is out in the middle of nowhere, you don't have high speed internet there.
Have you been to Hawaii before?
Oh yeah, bunch
So
of
is there any difference between them when you're on them, or does it seem like at the same place, or is it like noticeable that one of them that they're smaller?
similar, but there's a lot more money in Hawaii than in Guam. Guam now has a lot of tourists from Japan because it's only a couple hours, maybe 3 hour, 3.5 hour flight from Japan.
Do people boat there ever, or do they always fly?
I don't know.
Okay. We would have to have like ports and stuff, and that might be a whole infrastructure that's a waste of time on an island that's by itself, right?
Yeah.
Make a lot of effort for no reason. When they can just
Well, you know,
Well, they
Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines, it's so well connected because of the military presence there, and now there's a bunch of call centers there in Clark, and they just call it Clark.
there's a ton of internet of what would you call it, like tech infrastructure that like support and stuff you can get from the Philippines. Yeah, like tons of it of what would you call that, like computer support or computer jobs that you could get done in the Philippines.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's also
So they
Muslim
gotta have-
terrorists.
gotta have
Philippines.
some type of decent port if the communication cables are running through there, because there's lots of
Well, but
issues
that
with
could
those
be-
cables and people trying to tap into them. So there's a
But
lot of
that's like
security.
industrial and military. They got
Yeah.
infrastructures paying for it. Like to have, I was thinking for like a pleasure cruise, that's like a lot of money to put in there if speculation if no one goes out to that island, But I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just curious.
Yeah, and if
I remember one time I was looking at a Google map and I was surprised. I went to some island out there looking for something, and I looked at the island and it had a giant fishing industry. So is it like those islands you have different, like, do they have like fruits or something that grow on them, or farming or something, or is it just
a
all-
little bit of fruits, definitely fishing.
Oh, and then
there's
one of them, one whole island was basically a mine. They were digging something out of the bottom of the ocean in that island or something. So I don't know if that was. I don't think that was Guam, or it wasn't our island. I think it was just some island.
like on Samoa, there's a Star-Kissed cannery.
Oh, I thought they did it all on the boats now. I thought they just catch the fish and they poop out cans of fish.
I think they process them some and then bring them in to finish and do the canning.
Speaking of Google Maps, you ever check out like Antarctica, trying to zoom in places? Just
Especially
curious because
in places.
lots of places it's all blocked out. Like
The only time I've done it though really
you
is
can't
when
see nothing.
some article or like Honda or something will say, "Go look at this," and you go look at it, and it's like whatever they're talking about. But I don't think I've ever really cruised around because there's actually so much of it. Right, it's so big it would take a while.
It does take a while, and it all looks the same until you start zooming in. And then when you get down to certain levels, things disappear. So you'll be able to tell there's something there, go in on it, and then there's a blue or red block or something. It just doesn't match up, lines over it. So lots of blurry images in Antarctica on Google Maps. To me, that's what makes it so interesting. So I don't know, just figured since you bring it up, I'd see if anybody else has noticed.
I've heard about it, but I didn't look it up. I don't want to be on another list. Now they're looking at you because you're trying to find out the truth.
Yeah, but no, I know with a lot of the, Google stuff, they have to be out there mapping it. Now, if they don't have any like Google vehicle that's out driving around in Antarctica, it could be the reason why their satellites aren't actually being able to, show what's going on.
Yeah, I don't think they map like that.
Oh,
there.
dude,
I mean, you think that's for like street view type things, but as
They
far
just
as
grab-
satellite,
they just grab penguins and strap all that apparatus to their head and let them loose.
Yeah. I'm sure they could pick up a lot of this on satellite. I wouldn't be shocked that you're not going to be able to place yourself on the ground somewhere, because that's where they would have to send something. But as far as satellite, they don't necessarily need anything on the ground to see.
They probably got to hook up with whatever universities, and they gave them whatever unclassified data out of their, right? So that they probably compiled all that, right?
Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of bases there. Some are public, and I'm sure some probably publicly aren't, but are known. So that that probably account for some of the blotching, but there's a whole lot of it. I mean,
and it's one of those kind of places where if Germany goes down there, they let everybody know what they're doing. If France goes down there, all the different countries that go down there share, so that everyone knows that nobody's down there like collect oil or to steal gold or whatever, that they're sharing whatever they're doing, right?
Who knows? Who knows?
I think it's set up like that. It's set up as like, it's not a country, it's a multinational collaboration of science or something like that. Like, and that's how they do it. Like, it's kind of open.
Well,
I'm just going off of some documentary I watched a long time ago.
Not to get crazy, but what's to say we found something under the ice as far as building structures that don't line up to the Bible or whatever, you know what I mean? That doesn't line up with society, what science has told us. Could that explain some of these blotches as well? Would people really lose their stuff in line of bearing in life? I don't know. I mean, that's just one angle on some of this stuff. So who knows? I don't know.
You mentioned the Google trucks. They sell all kinds of data to the cities too, like what condition the roads are. I mean, they grade them on 1% to 100% as far as serviceability, and they mark all manhole covers. They mark all anything they find. They're also looking for people's routers that are not well protected, and they haven't changed their password. Just use a stock password that came with the router. They look for all kinds of stuff when they're passing your house you don't know about.
Yeah, the authentication where you click on which picture is sidewalk, which picture is stoplights or whatever. Well, I read an article that said originally that was to help Google figure out what these pictures were. So to help it be able to identify what's a sidewalk, what's a street sign, what's a car, what's a motorcycle.
Well, now it's when a smart car's driving around. And if it's like, what is this? The electric brain that runs all smart cars is like, what is this? It'll just ask everybody that's logging on right then, what is it? Everybody, it'll say this many humans agree that's what it is. So that's what it is. And we'll remember that.
It's funny too, that you can find out where those cars are going to be that are doing the street level pictures, and people will go and wait for them, dress up in costumes and whatnot and do goofy things.
When they were driving around the neighborhood, you could see them, right? So I went across the street and I got a picture because I'm standing in the neighbor's house driveway, taking a picture of the Google car in front of my house. And when you look at the Google map of that time, they Googled me out of it. Because that's what, the AI just Googles people out, and I'm just standing there. So it just Googled me out, but it doesn't Google everybody out.
Yeah, most of the ones I've seen, they're, dressed up in, like horse costumes and stuff like that. So maybe, exactly. Since you can't see a face, that they don't blur those.
Oh, and I've definitely seen people that do that. They'll just go out and do stuff because it takes out people that are deliberately doing what I was doing, which was taking a picture of it, like aware of it. But I think it's also, if someone were to be looking at it, they don't want that person to be like doxxed, right? So if you're like not looking at it and you're just minding your business, you'll be in it. So that's why you'll see some really funny stuff. Like you can find people laying down on Google Earth where they lay down and spell stuff out, or they'll have like scenes play out. If you go, how you can click the arrow, as you click the arrow, like little scenes will play out. People play with it all the time.
Yeah.
Yep. I got a hot neighbor, and she was out mowing her grass in a mini skirt, and they left her. Everybody gives the husband a hard time. Like, you didn't mow the grass? You let your wife cut the grass in a mini skirt? And he's like, He's like, one time she cut the grass.
That's funny.
There was a drunk guy in Scotland who fell asleep on a park bench, and Google got him. And he's got like a 6-pack of beer next to him. He's just drunk on the park bench, just tongue out, sleeping. And he sued Google and it made a lot of money. So that's probably why they removed faces.
Wow, he could sue him for that?
Yeah.
Seems odd because, I mean, you're in public.
Yeah. But I guess it's not the U.S.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, in the U.S., you can pretty much sue for anything if you want to. You just may not win.
Yeah, but I know, I guess, well, I don't know. Maybe it's different within different states, but yeah, basically, you don't really need consent unless you're going to write a article or something, you know, referring to that person here. Other than that, you know, technically don't really need consent. But again, it may vary across states.
I think usually if you're in public, there's no expectation of privacy.
Yeah, and see, the federal government, SCOTUS, I believe, ruled on that you have no right of privacy outside of your home or outside of your vehicle.
Right to privacy, and then like somebody taking a picture of you and making $1 million with it is two different things. So there's probably some like line there that he was able to say, like you slandered me or you did something to me, or you could have taken me out but you didn't, something like that. And then they had money. So if you're going to sue them for X amount of money and they can settle for X amount of money minus, then they're going to settle or whatever, right?
Yeah, they
Well,
might have
did they
settled
make money
just to
off
make it
his
go
image
away.
though?
Well, I'm saying all it takes is a good lawyer, or the lawyer, not a good lawyer, but a lawyer to say, they could have or they should have. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying maybe
I
that's
could
the
see
leverage.
that getting used in like somebody's wife in a bikini in the backyard or something. You know what I mean? And then every ad pops up is this lady for a pool commercial or something, and they're actually making money. But truthfully, I think that's where the lines cross on that. Out in public, grocery store, on the street, you scratch your butt and somebody gets it on camera. You shouldn't have scratched your butt, but your own backyard, things like that. I think that's where, if you have a fence and somebody's flying a drone, you should be able to destroy it, in my opinion. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not. That's where I think, somebody's flying up, looking through your windows. I think that's definitely a problem. But as far as normal on the street, I don't know. And like you were stating, if they didn't really make money, could be debatable. You guys think a drone in your backyard is okay?
Personally, no. Legally, because there's people that have gotten in trouble for shooting down drones.
What if it's the neighborhood burglary gang and they play a drone to see what's going on in everybody's backyards, houses, and that kind of thing?
I can understand shooting down a drone being a problem depending on where you live, city limits, people, like, things like that. But legally, I think, if they sold some type of CO2 air drone killer or something,
well, they've got
you should
the
be able to
radio
use
one.
it.
There's property, and then there's what do you call, like, trespassing, and then there's the different realms of, right? So we've got like visual, and like, if somebody is being a nuisance or putting up something weird in their yard, you got that issue with like visual litter. You got like audio litter where somebody's loud or something in the neighborhood. So if somebody's flying a drone around, what's to stop you from having a device in your yard that the same way you'd have a device to repel fleas, or not fleas, mosquitoes or something, like one of those ultrasonic devices? What if you had a device in your yard that scrambled GPS? I think it's GPS, whatever the one is. You scramble GPS and it'll the drone is told to go back where it came from. Like the drone gets scared and it goes back where it came from. So you're not hurting the drone. You're
You
just
can
telling
fly
it
them
to keep
manually,
coming here.
so
Well,
No,
they're not as good,
have,
but you can still fly them manually.
No, I'm saying if you have a thing that tells the drone, it obscures the drone's GPS codes, the signals from the satellites, it can't fly. It has to go back to where it came from. It's the same effect as if all the satellites disappeared. It would fly back to where it came from. So you can have, in effect, a force field over your house that if a drone came near, it would bounce off of your house and go back to where it came from. That's just the way that the drone works. So they could fly it over your house all they want, and it wouldn't be able to. And that's something that you can do that wouldn't damage their drone. It would just null their drone. It would not be able to come near you. Now, what's to stop a group of people having that across all their houses or a neighborhood, or having them on top of street poles or something? So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know that you need to shoot down somebody's property, but you're also allowed to have a fence around your property. And is your radio waves your property? I mean, if you have a ham radio license and you have an antenna, you can transmit, and I don't know. So that's what I'm saying. There's more creative options, I think, than just trying to shoot down somebody's property, especially if, how do you know they're looking at your house and they're not filming a wedding next door and you just shot down like $27,000 worth of lawsuit?
As long as you're not damaging it, and it just makes it go away, you're fine. Because that's the couple cases that I can recall, people shooting them down, they had to pay compensation to the drone owner for damaging it, even though it was, looking in their windows. Or one of them was looking at his daughter who was sunbathing in the backyard.
I look at it this way: if it's on my property, it becomes my property, and I have the right to shoot it out of the sky.
I'd be looking to destroy the owner, honestly. If that's my daughter, I'd let that son of a bitch go land, and they'd have a hell of a welcoming party.
So what if there was something you could zap at the drone and it would tell you where it's supposed to land? So now you would know where it came from. I don't know if that exists, but it would seem like if it knows where it's supposed to go, you should be able to ask it where it's supposed to go. And it's just a stupid robot. It's going to tell you if you ask it the right way.
Well, they don't all know where they go, in a sense.
Yeah,
I know mine I can run on GPS, and it helps all the settings. It'll help dodge things, bushes, all types of stuff. But also, if I'm not in range, not in service range, any of this type of stuff, I can still use it, but it's 100% manual, which gets a little trickier, especially when you're out of sight. So if you're going to go up, over a fence or over a hill, or so you're running off just what you're seeing out of that little camera, which gets gamey. And then if you add night into the mix or anything like that, I mean, I'm sure people can do it, but it gets harder. But so if you do scramble GPS or whatever, I don't see somebody determined can still probably fly within your range or to it, and then just zoom in with your camera.
There's always going to be a countermeasure to a countermeasure. But I think the way to probably do it would have something like, that R2D2 thing with a boner that they got for taking out missiles with projectiles. They'll I forget what they call it, Hellfire or something. Like it just shoots a stream of lead out there, or probably steel, to defend the boats, the ships.
Oh, like the Sea Whiz?
I don't know what it's called. It looks like a big R2D2 with a cannon sticking out of it.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's a Gatling gun.
Yeah, something like that, I would think, is what you'd want. Some kind of a thing that's on its own gimbal, the same way the cameras are on the drones, so that way you're not, like somebody said, zapping the GPS for the whole neighborhood, because that would probably bother people with their phones and stuff. But if you could have a thing that you put on your roof, if you're concerned about somebody, like you got a pool or you got a backyard, you got something that you're concerned about somebody flying a drone around, if you could put something up and said, like anti-aircraft, basically, it sees something come near, it's small enough that it's not a helicopter, and it's going to zap a GPS scramble. All it would have to do is to send out every letter of the alphabet in GPS signals or something. It just have to create noise, and then the drone would do whatever. And if it was smart enough to find a thing flying in the air, it would also be able to determine if it worked or not. So if you scrambled its GPS, then it could go on to the next thing. Now scramble all, remote control frequencies. And that might or may not be illegal, but I'm sure somebody will come up with it.
Later, Black Cat.
Wonder what the price and availability would be. Yeah,
Somebody would make it out of a Raspberry and 2 Adreno motors, the same motors we're using in our 3D printer. So, I mean, literally, you could print the different structures and you put it on a Raspberry, and it would just be a challenge for somebody to probably a week or less to come up with the code for it. So, no time, really. I bet you as soon as somebody comes up with the idea, some group of nerds hopefully would sit around and come up with a prototype or two pretty quick, if it doesn't already exist. Actually, I mean, it's not like we're coming up with this theory for the first time, right?
Well, I don't have any numbers or statistics to back this up. This is just observation.
What if you just shot airsoft, a full auto stream of airsoft, just like that actual anti-aircraft thing? And then, like you say, so you're not shooting it out of the sky, but you're certainly screwing with its propellers, and then it maybe just drops into your yard. So you're not destroying it. Now you have a thing, and you just put new propellers on it, sell it on eBay.
It doesn't seem like it's as big doesn't happen as much as it did when the drones first kind of were coming out and people were buying them. You don't hear as many stories about drones peeping. I don't know if it's not happening anymore. You just don't hear the stories of it. Once they became mainstream, that maybe people are using them for other purposes than just spying on your neighbor like they used to when they first came out.
I think
So what
Snob
would,
just released the video on that pistol that G Woe was talking about earlier, called like the ounce pistol.
Is that the 22 one that's kind of different looking?
Yeah, 22, like semi-auto, 10-round, foldable.
Yeah, it was the few pictures I saw from SHOT Show. I think the ones I saw there was folded, so I couldn't tell what I was looking at. But let me share what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, Snob said he did. So, and I see AR Guns out in the crowd. Welcome.
So the bullets stack different. I really would love to see this in person to be able to wrap my head around what's going on with it. Is kind of pictures I saw were more like this, where it's hard to know what you're looking at, but when you see it unfolded.
What's the price point?
I don't know. Did they say what a price point, G-Webs?
My computer's glitching out. Sorry. So, yeah, it was insane, but that's not a practical gun. Don't get some idea that this is somehow competing with a Glock or something. Or like a Ruger revolver. This is a specific guy who was an engineer and created something. Same way if somebody designed a new car today, you wouldn't say, oh, well, it's not a Toyota, right? So this is not something that is going to be made, or is not something that's going to be on any shelves. It's not even a zip. This is a guy who's never even been a gun guy before. It's just an interesting thing. So I think his retail was, $500 or something. It's ridiculous. It's not a thing. It's not designed. It's an interesting thing, but it's not going to be a gun that you're going to see on a shelf, or that's going to be practical.
That's not that crazy. I mean, it's up there in my opinion, but it's not that crazy. Yeah.
But I mean, it's really not practical. The guy's never he's maybe designed like washers and dryers or something, but not like a gun.
I could
'cause
see
you can't
people
just make
adding
guns.
it to a collection just for something.
Oh no,
different
yeah, but I'm
at
saying like
$500.
practicality, you're not going to just get a machine shop up and running and make $500 parts. Name a gun that actually has come up and running and is under $1,000. You need to. The first guns have to be more like $1,000, unless you're just going to be making oodles of them. And this isn't going to be something that people are eating up. And he didn't. Well, anyway, like I said, I hear you, but I
I
don't
could
think
name one, but I don't want to. G23 wants me to, but I don't want to.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was reading a comment out in the crowd.
Glocks,
Yeah.
when they first came out, they weren't $1,000 a pop. Yeah. They damn near were giving them away.
who's CW.
Is that CW long shot?
Yeah, CW long shot.
That sucks. Wonder what happened. I don't really know him. You know, I've seen him in the chat, said hey and whatnot, but
I think they took his channel down due to him having a lot of casting videos up, and they've been really going after a lot of the casters and giving them channel strikes and stuff to like remove them from YouTube.
Right. Can't learn anything good like that on YouTube. Only how to do your nails.
What if you do casting while you're doing your nails? Does that cancel
There,
it out?
you might have something. It probably depends on how cute you are.
Makeup tutorial and 12 gauge slug casting.
Rob could get away with doing that as a channel. I'm just saying.
I don't know about that. Appreciate the support, though.
yeah, AR guns is saying casting, yeah. Yeah, I think who was it? Somebody else got a strike for casting.
Better hope they don't ban homemade cooking next.
Single shot.
God.
I think it was Single Shot got a strike for casting, doing a casting video.
Bullet Man has gotten CW, Walter Bunning.
What is
A lot of
casting?
What was that, Will?
What is casting? I've never heard that term.
Oh,
Melting lead
bullets.
into bullets, melting it down and pouring it into bullet molds.
Oh, of course, yeah. And you get a strike for that?
For whatever reason, they glitch on that, either because of the lead or because of the manufacturing of firearms.
Yep, they say that you're manufacturing ammunition.
Well, yeah.
So you've got people that don't understand, and then you get mad at them for not understanding. So educate them and be tolerant and then deal with it.
Those are people that don't like the movie The Patriot.
I got a question. Would they ban the intro to Lord of War?
Good question. I think it's been free on there before.
So what if instead of doing a casting video, you had a trailer for a movie and the movie's about casting?
Never before was 115 grains of lead melted down at 115 degrees for 14 minutes and then poured into this 6 bolt.
Yeah.
Never been portrayed with such grandeur as this fall on Netflix.
Call it 300. Just, cast 300 rounds. play that whole scene out, you know, where he kicks a dude in the well, and that'll be you just kicking your rounds in a bucket of water. Same thing. Refer to your rounds as your women. It's a script nowadays.
Yeah, I don't know. It's because if you're like casting bullets, there's no difference between casting a projectile for a firearm and casting a sinker for making, you know, like fishing lures.
Yeah, and it'd be the same as casting a lead for weight on a vehicle. But if they don't understand, then why are you glitching on the fact that they don't understand? You got to educate them, or you got to be tolerant of them, or you have to be tolerant of it, but you, I guess, to whatever degree you want. But you can choose to educate them, or you can choose to just be frustrated. But there's
They
ways to
could
let them
do a casting video for fishing anchors that happen to be 5.56 in diameter.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Call them, you know, 30 caliber.
Put your casting video someplace
thinkers.
else. YouTube is just a place. Like, put your casting videos over there, and then make a video on YouTube about how you did whatever you did, and then link to those videos. Like, what's the big deal? Who cares what that freaking file is?
Yeah, that sucks because nobody knows half the other places. I mean, half
Are you allowed to
guys
link?
are probably in other sites that I've never even heard of.
Yeah, big deal. So put the file over there, and then put your YouTube video up talking all about it. And then tell YouTube that the videos that making things aren't a big deal. And then YouTube will change their policy, and then you can start putting them here. But just getting upset is, unless there is a process, you can get around it and get everything accomplished right now. And then you can change the future by telling YouTube that its policies are wrong. It literally has happened because the new policies came out in like October, and Clover has worked with them to get to the new policies where they're at now, where you can take apart guns and stuff again.
So you can take apart guns now and you're not demonetized?
Yes. Thanks to people like Clover specifically. I think he's allowed to talk about it now.
Yeah, there's
So
still. I think
Can I
there's
have
still
my Can I get my old videos remonetized?
I have no idea. Yeah, that's a good question for Clover, though.
I think there's still a few things you maybe can't show, like some
There's
modifications,
definitely a list. Yeah, that's
but
not like
cleaning,
it's perfect.
you
But
know,
understand there is
disassembly
a
for cleaning and whatnot. You're still good. And Clover was saying to say specifically that's what you're doing, so they understand you're not changing anything. You're
just like if they were
disassembling
going to
it to
do a
change.
video about how to do something we're not familiar with. I don't know. I can't think of something we're not familiar with. We're pretty much familiar with a lot of stuff, but like, you know, something that we're just completely unfamiliar with, we're not going to know the steps or process. So when we can't expect them to know everything about what we're doing. So if they see something, they misunderstand it, we can get upset, or we can make it clear to them. And there's an immediate workaround, which is start using other platforms, which are necessary anyway, unless you think YouTube is it. YouTube is everything is, you know, gone to the fact we're going to hit YouTube and this is it. Our grandkids are going to use YouTube. That's ridiculous. We know it's going to move on to something. So let's start using other things so that we're ready, or that we're already on the other thing whenever we find out that was it. So put the video someplace else that doesn't have a problem with it. That gets people out of their comfort zone and gets us using the video systems. It's all just playing videos. Who cares? And then make your YouTube video that talks about where those are at, and, you know, references them and everything else. YouTube doesn't care that you play a video. They just don't want you doing it. So we can comply, and we can get, you know, immediate, still get the knowledge out there immediately while being stronger in the process, and then do the protocol or the procedure they've got in place to tell them their policy is wrong and change this policy. And guess what? As soon as we change this policy, we'll discover that another piece of their policy isn't perfect. So that's all I'm saying. Learn the processes so that we're not just sitting around being frustrated, because that's ridiculous. Then we're just, go ahead. I'm done.
It's got a point in a sense. I don't I think there's, I think YouTube's going to be it for
they're
a
not
while,
against us as much
unfortunately.
as they're ignorant. They're not against us as much as they're ignorant, and we're not going to educate them because they just don't care, which is not unrealistic. I'm not going to. We're not going to hear something we don't know about. All the weird environmental stuff. I was listening to what do they call it? Satellite radio. I was flipping through the channels, and I mean, there's some weird points of view out there, man. And there was somebody that was getting mad about you don't have a right to be worried about inflation because of the environment. So the environment is such a big deal that you are privileged if you're worried about inflation because you are so buffered, you don't have to worry about in the environment. But other people have to worry about the environment, right? So how can we understand that mindset? Do you have to? No, I don't want to sit down and examine their point of view so that I have their 100% awareness of that weird mindset. But I do need to know that mindset is allowed to exist, and they're in this country. They're allowed to have that point of view, and we somehow have to work together with them. They're not going to learn about guns, so we're not going to get them to learn that casting isn't reloading and that isn't the problem. But what we can do is tell them, hey, your policy is overreaching. It doesn't need to be. And we can't expect them to be like, okay, here, let me change my policy every 5 minutes. They barely change it every 3 years or something. And look how much work Clover did to try to get people to work with them so that he could create evidence to show them through the process of how to get it to leave us alone. And he did strides to get them to leave us alone by going through their process. It's just their process. I mean, it's a giant company, the second largest search engine on the planet, and we're able to interact with it. But you don't just sit here and have a puffy fit and go, oh, they're listening to every chat and they're like, oh, we offended 6 dudes on a Sunday morning. Let's change our policy better. Let's all learn about guns and the intricacies of what's casting. That's all I'm saying.
Did G-Webs just gender me?
Probably.
I mean,
the one thing to remember is if YouTube did not want gun channels on their platform, there would be no gun channels on their platform. It's not, there are probably people within the company that don't like guns or whatever, but there would be no gun channels if they were absolutely against having anything gun wise. That's one thing that everybody kind of needs to remember. They've got strict rules, and like G-Webs was saying, probably a lot of them don't understand what they're looking at when they look at, our channels. So Clover is a great resource if you're having trouble with YouTube, because he talks to them regularly to try and work out stuff. And his GunTuber Academy, one of his other channels that he does is specifically to help channels kind of navigate some of this stuff and grow. But with that said, we're getting close to kind of winding down here. So we'll start with you, G-Web, since you were just talking. You got anything going on set up for
not necessarily.
Coming up?
Not necessarily. There's probably stuff scheduled out there, but no, my head's still spinning from being on the road. So I'm literally just been duplicating some files. Snob's talking about, I did a bunch of audio this year. I had my second phone, my backup phone is just a little cheap, smartphone. So I was using it as an audio recorder, and then just set it in the middle of the table there because the SHOT Show is so weird this year. Got the point of view. We had Banshee for his first year. I forgot who was second year. It was Obnoxious second year. Snob was third year. We missed a fourth year. And then Gear Report was fifth year. Pink was sixth year, and Marco was seventh year. So then, and then I'd been my 16th year. So we just chatted about, our experience at SHOT for half an hour or something. That was kind of neat. I don't know when I'll put that up. Like I say, I'm just now backing up as we've been chatting, I had a laptop that I brought with me. That's the laptop I brought with me when I go on the road all the time. And evidently, it's just a regular laptop, not like a rugged laptop. I should get like a cop kind of laptop that's made to be in a vehicle all the time, because I'm guessing it's probably rattled itself apart a little bit. I downloaded the first probably three from Saturday or Sunday till Tuesday. I had all the videos and pictures on there onto the hard drive of the laptop. And then the laptop wouldn't get out of this like really slow cycle of Windows updates. And then it would barely get up to Windows where I could open it, but I couldn't get it to, it would sluggishly, it would just take forever. And then the battery kept running out. So long story short, I could never get the videos off of it. And I wasn't sure I was going to get the videos off of it. So as we've been chatting here, I barely got the videos off of it onto a new hard drive. And now I'm going to try to back up all those files so I have them twice. But once I got all that, I'll be able to figure out what all I'll be able to post and when. But I think my schedule is going to be 1 or 2 things a week. And I don't care how long it goes. I'm not going to try to get it out quick or anything, or like shotgun style.
I put a link out there for the Gun Tuber Academy I was just talking about. Wheeled and well armed. What do you got going on besides a Roomba?
Yeah, got the little robot vacuum. It's intelligent. It's got 2 different types of AI on it. So it does the perimeter of the room and does around the furniture, and then it does broad sweeps. But anyway, I've got a video coming out on gun safes and how to build pistol racks that will fit those 12-inch slots. So I'm doing that this week. And then I've got a couple new Bull Armory pistols that I'll be doing comparison videos to other guns. So this is a 2011. It's a stainless steel. I've got one in 9mm and one in 45. So I'll be comparing those 2.
Cool. G23, how about you? You got anything coming up?
I will be doing releasing a video here in the next day or so. And then I will be doing my live stream next Saturday. I'm not sure about anything else.
All right. Yeah, my Roomba, I put googly eyes and a big smile on it, so you can watch it. It watches you. I had arms on it, little pipe cleaner arms on it, but they kept getting ripped off when I would brush against stuff. New York Outcast, how about you? You got anything coming up?
Nothing coming up that at this moment. Obviously, R&L display, so feel free to check that out. And I appreciate your business. Just state, I don't have a Roomba. We all have a vacuum schedule, so our chore schedule. So other than that, eat a salad, avoid Glocks, and have a great day.
All right. How about you, Baron?
Yeah. Well, you and I are trying to work together on a project that's kind of not out in the open yet, but hoping to get that done soon before the next week's up, but who knows? So we'll update when we can, if there is an update, and if there's not, it didn't work.
All right. And I don't know. I don't really got. I keep putting off doing videos because I've been lazy. But I appreciate everybody that's come and hung out with us. Everybody that's been on the panel and everybody out in the side chats there. This makes the chat fun. Everybody interacting with everybody, chit-chatting about whatever we want to chit-chat about. Really appreciate everybody showing up. And just remember, if you don't take care of your time slot.
What you have seen here today, where there is fire, there is smoke. And in that smoke, from this day forward, my people will crouch and conspire and plot and plan for the inevitable day of